like to take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups: the Kumeyaay Digueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Kaiwea. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Andrew, please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Here.
Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
And Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here. We will now have Reverend Beth Scriven deliver the invocation and Senior Probation Officer Ashley Garcia lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Holy One, God whom we see in many ways and call by many names, source of life, of wisdom, of courage, of hope, be with those who take counsel here today for the welfare of this county. Be upon the tongues of those who speak and in the ears of those who listen. Kindle in every heart a deep love for our neighbors, both those we know and those who are still strangers to us. Today we bring before you questions of how the people who live and work and travel throughout this county are to be kept safe, of how best to steward our natural resources, of how to use money and knowledge in ways that honor our civic responsibility to each other and to future generations. May there be careful and intelligent debate over the comparative value of plans and proposals, and no debate at all over the inherent value of people. May there be honest disagreement over how to approach our challenges and sincere unity in seeking the common good. Give to our governing officials the clarity to perceive what is right, the courage to pursue it vigorously, the grace to accomplish it efficiently, and the skill to communicate it effectively. Make these words more than words and lead us in the ways of love. May it be so. Amen.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now proceed with the proclamations. The first proclamation is given by myself, honoring Sam Atisha. Accepting the proclamation will be Sam Atisha. Come. You're the honoree. Good to have you here. Good to have you.
Good to have you. Thank you.
Absolutely. It is an honor to recognize Sam Atisha and the lasting impact he has made across the San Diego region. For more than 2 decades, Sam has been a leader who understands that strong community is built through partnership, bring together businesses, nonprofits, educators, civic leaders, and residents around a shared vision for a stronger San Diego. Through his leadership at Cox Communications and Cox Charities, Sam has helped invest nearly $10 million in San Diego nonprofits. These investments have touched people at every stage of their lives, creating greater opportunities, supporting young people, and strengthening organizations that make our community more connected and resilient. Outside of his impressive career with Cox Communications, Sam has lent his time and voice to many other organizations, including Partners in College Success, the Monarch School, San Diego Tourism Authority, and the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. His recognition by organizations throughout San Diego and his inclusion on the San Diego Business Journal's 500 Most Influential People list for 8 consecutive years reflects what so many of us already know. Sam has been a driving force in shaping our region. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed by myself and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that on this 18th day of August, 2026, we commend Sam Atisha and declare this day Sam Atisha Day throughout San Diego County.
Supervisor Lawson and the board, I'm incredibly honored, and for those of you that know me, it takes a lot to surprise me, and this was a huge surprise. So thank you. You know, I'm an immigrant. August 20, 1970, my parents landed in the United States. After trying to get here a few times, got a visa, borrowed some money, made it here, and they built a community. They raised myself and my 2 sisters, and they instilled a pride in me, a focus in me on giving back to our community. And I'm blessed to live here in San Diego and to do the things I'm able to do. And I've worked for an employer for 22 years that allowed myself and a lot of our staff to do that, and that is give back and volunteer and make this community a better place. So it's, I don't deserve this, but it's an honor. I appreciate it. I'm humbled, and I thank you. And for my colleagues that are here, I appreciate everything and the opportunity to work with you all these years. Thank you so much.
We can do that. We can do a surprise.
I had a meeting on the phone with Joel Anderson. I'm like, oh, why am I voting? They did a great job.
Okay, thank you very much. The next proclamation will be given by myself and Supervisor Desmond honoring the 80th anniversary of the Department of Parks and Recreation. Accepting the proclamation is Jason Hemmons. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Jason.
Good morning, everyone. I am joined by my colleague, Supervisor Desmond, to celebrate 80 years of the San Diego County Department of Parks and Recreation. Our parks are more than open spaces. They are places where families spend time together, children explore and play, neighbors build community, and people find opportunities for connection with nature. Our parks are also essential to the environmental health of our region. With more than 59,000 acres of parkland and 390 miles of trails, county parks helps protect habitats and wildlife, preserve open space, and safeguard the natural landscapes that make San Diego County so unique. For 80 years, the department has been a steward of both our communities and our environment. So I'd like to say a heartfelt thank you to our county employees, volunteers, and community partners who have worked incredibly hard to provide welcoming places for everyone to enjoy the outdoors. Congratulations to County Parks and Recreation for 80 years of service, and here's to many more years of connecting people with each other and our incredible natural environment. Now, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Supervisor Desmond.
All right. Well, thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer, and we're very proud to celebrate and honor our County Parks and Recreation for their extraordinary work in the communities that we proudly serve. Through their vision, their dedication, and tireless efforts, the department continues to create meaningful opportunities, strengthen connections, and enrich the quality of life for our residents all across the county. So this is the kind of public service that makes a lasting difference and deserves the sincere appreciation and recognition. This department continues to expand access to parks and open space and to protect important habitats and species and enhance the quality of life for our growing population. We have more than 59,000 acres of parkland, 390 miles of trails, and 159 facilities across the region. Their impact is truly remarkable. I know we love it in my district, in District 5, and the success is a reflection of the community. Thousands of volunteers contribute their time each year with strong partnerships with the schools, businesses, nonprofits, and organizations such as the San Diego County Park Society to help make all of this work possible. So I'm proud here to support and recognize our county parks and recreation for their continued effort to create healthy, vibrant, and connected communities throughout the region. I just want to put in a little side note here. Working with Jason earlier in the year, we opened up a park, and you'd think the community would like the park. They did, but they also wanted a horse trail and staging area that was not part, that was left out, if they thought. But we were able, Jason and company were able to cobble monies together and to make that possible. And so now at the San Luis Rey Park is going to have a new horse staging area, and it was community input, talking to me, talking to Jason, and getting it done. So I really appreciate it. So be it proclaimed by the Chair, Chair Lawson Remer, and myself, and all the members of the County Board of Supervisors, on this 18th day of August 2026, that we commend the Department of Parks and Rec for their outstanding services, their leadership, and commitment to the residents of San Diego County, and hereby declare this day to be the 80th anniversary of County Parks and Recreation Day throughout San Diego County. And here, I'll hand this, I'll hold that up. Jason Hemmons, coming to the mic. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Lawson Remer, Supervisor Desmond, members of the board for this meaningful recognition. I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of our overall team and our department. This proclamation not just honors our history, but the hard work of staff who protect habitats, support public safety, and deliver safe, clean, and welcoming park and recreation facilities for everyone to enjoy. I also want to acknowledge our volunteers, our partners, our incredible partners, such as the San Diego County Park Society, who Ben represents, who've been partners with us celebrating 46 years of service and have been a great liaison, and also our residents for helping us create parks and programs that inspire joy, strengthen community, and preserve the natural beauty of this region. We invite everyone to experience the upside of outside and join us for a year of events celebrating our history and the communities that we serve. As we honor our 80th anniversary with you, we look toward the horizon with renewed purpose and continuing to be the pride of San Diego County as we strive to set the national standard for excellence in parks and recreation. Thank you again for your continued support. Together, we're ensuring that San Diego County Parks remain a lasting source of pride, inspiration, and stewardship for generations to come. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome.
The third proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond, honoring the Anza Borrego Foundation. Accepting the proclamation is Bill McDonald.
All right, let's give these folks a hand as they come down. They came all the way from Borrego today. How long was that drive?
I live in University Hill.
Oh. 3 hours? Oh, from Beaumont. Oh, okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Today, we're proud to recognize the Anza Borrego Foundation. They're the official nonprofit partner of the Anza Borrego Desert State Park for nearly 6 decades of extraordinary dedication to protecting one of California's greatest natural resources. And much of it's in District 5. And also, District 2 there in Supervisor Anderson's district as well. But a special thank you to everyone who has made the trek from the desert to celebrate with us. Hopefully this cool coastal breeze is not offensive. But anyway, but since its founding in 1967, the foundation has provided vital support through conservation, education, advocacy, research, and public outreach, and funding that strengthens this and sustains the park. Its impact is remarkable, helping conserve more than 58,000 acres and contributing more than $34 million towards land acquisitions and programs that protects the park's extraordinary natural and cultural resources. They've inspired thousands each year to explore, appreciate, and protect the desert. Its 2 retail stores also help fund educational and conservation efforts that directly benefit the park. But most importantly, the foundation brings together volunteers, donors, members, partners, and visitors with a shared commitment of preserving Anza Borrego State Park for generations to come. So today, we proudly recognize the Anza Borrego Foundation for their lasting contributions in conservation, education, and stewardship. And we want to thank everyone that has helped make this mission a great success. So whereas the County of San Diego, we're committed to recognizing and honoring organizations that embody the highest ideals of public service, and the Anza Borrego Foundation is one such worthy organization. So therefore, here, I got to hand out a plaque. Who wants to hold the plaque? All right, here you go. All right, there you go. Big job. All right. Be proclaimed by myself and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 18th day of August 2026 that we commend the Anza Borrego Foundation for their service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare today to be Anza Borrego Foundation Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, and thank you very much for a great job well done. Bill, did you want to come up and say a couple words? Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. I'm happy to be joined by Jamie Puritan, our Communications and Marketing Director, as well as several ABF board members. Ben Kingsley, the board treasurer, Sergey Kusht, board vice president, Linda Tandle, board secretary, and trustees Christina Peralta and Todd Linke. Our 1,500 members and many thousand more friends join us in thanking you for your support. Summer and early autumn are relatively quiet periods in the desert, of course. At least it is for humans. ABF's activities during this season are mostly online webinars or easy-paced hikes scheduled for the evening. From October to May, the events are more numerous and include guided driving tours, birding excursions, primitive camping adventures, and more adventurous hikes. A consistent theme in our programs is education. We believe that as people learn more about the desert, the more they believe it deserves protection and conservation. In recent years, ABF's developed teacher symposia. Working with school systems throughout the county, we host annual cohorts of third grade teachers, middle school teachers, and high school teachers. Each cohort of up to 24 teachers spends a 3-day weekend in Anza Borrego, learning in the field from state parks experts, encountering the look and feel of the desert. They study ways they can inspire the next generation of Californians to value the desert. Visit theabf.org for schedules and more information. theabf.org. We treasure our official partnership with the park. Park Superintendent Ray Lennox has stated many times that he regards the relationship between the park and ABF as the model for the state park system. He also reports that our relationship is recognized in Sacramento as such a model. Ray attributes much of the basis for the excellent ABF park relationship to the talents and passion of ABF Executive Director Bree Fordham. I, the board, and the ABF staff share that view. Bree regrets very much she was unable to attend today's meeting. Later in this meeting, in a coincidence not arranged in advance, we will put into action our mission to protect and preserve the park. We will join the Chaparral Lands Conservancy and other groups in making a presentation to the board in opposition to the Golden Pacific Power Link. Again, thank you for this recognition. We will strive to continue to be worthy of your support.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You get up here, you get up.
Okay, all in front.
Sorry, we have new microphones. Okay. The fourth proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp and Supervisor Joel Anderson, honoring Rise Above. Accepting the proclamation is Sheriff Kelly Martinez.
Long time no see. This is awesome. You guys are looking good. Do we have anybody else coming up? I think everybody's seat's being stolen right now. Good morning, everyone. Today we're honored to recognize the San Diego County Sheriff's Office Rise and Above program, an incredible initiative dedicated to empowering and uplifting youth throughout the community. Rise Above is an 8-week program designed to empower San Diego's young people to develop the skills needed to navigate real-world challenges and to recognize the potential they have in shaping their own community and futures. Since its launch in fall 2024, the program has already made a tremendous impact across San Diego County, graduating hundreds of young people and reaching communities in San Marcos, Vista, Ramona, and Spring Valley. Rise Above reminds young people that their circumstances do not determine their future. This program gives our young people the tools, support, and mentorship to rise above adversity and become proactive leaders within their families, schools, and communities. With this proclamation, we are proud to honor the bravery, commitment, and positive impact that Rise Above program provides for all our youth in San Diego County every day. I would like to now introduce my good colleague from District 4, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, who always is working hard for the youth. Yeah, I'm trying to give you room.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Supervisor Anderson, for that introduction. I'm very excited. I saw everyone walking up. I said, this reminds me of my family reunion picture we had about a month ago. This proclamation reflects a shared commitment to empowering our youth with the tools, support, and opportunities they need to thrive. Programs like Rise Above show us what is possible when we invest early, strengthening decision-making skills, building confidence, and surrounding young people with mentors who believe in their potential. Rise Above also succeeds because families are engaged. Partners come together, and our youth are supported, not just in classrooms or programs, but also in the communities where they live. The well-being of our youth is a shared responsibility. With over 300 program graduates in just 2 years, Rise Above is showing what it looks like to give young people the chance to rise above challenges, be surrounded by caring adults, and grow in environments that foster healing and not harm. In 2026 alone, graduates from across Vista, San Marcos, Rancho San Diego, and Ramona have spent 8 weeks of their own time building skills, strengthening relationships, and investing in their futures. And I'll just say I'm very, very proud of you, all of you. And I think we have the sheriff of the day here, but I'll let the sheriff speak about that. I think he's ready. I felt it by the handshake. It really takes all of us, government, community organizations, families, and neighbors, working together to build a future where youth are supported, safe, and empowered to lead. And with that, I'll read the last line of the proclamation. Be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, myself, Supervisor Anderson, and all of the members of the board, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, on this 18th day of August 2026, that we commend Rise Above for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Rise Above Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, you all.
Thank you, Supervisors Montgomery, Stepp, and Anderson, and all of the board for this recognition. I want to really acknowledge some of our graduates and their families who are here today. I think they're amazing to participate in this program. We also have a lot of my staff and team members who developed this program and worked very hard to make it happen. They recognized, as well as myself, that there was a gap. We really need to support our youth in our communities, and we're doing a great job with high school-aged kids, we thought, with our Respect Project, but we felt that we could do more for the families and for our youth in the 10 to 13 age group. So that's what this program represents. For those of you who are interested in participating or know some children and families that might want to participate, we'll be coming to some other communities real soon. Santee, Alpine, and Solana Beach are next on the list, I believe. And having said that, thank you to all of you. And I think Isaac has something to say, right?
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate Rise Above. Rise Above taught me to not get near strangers or to not even get close to drugs. Again, thank you for having me here.
And then one more, Deliano, would you like to say something?
I just want to appreciate everybody who made this program really fun, and it was cool and fun at the time, and I just want to appreciate them. Thank you.
Get a picture. Let me get in front. Let's get in front of the podium.
Thank you all so much. I'll give everyone a moment to sit down. The sixth proclamation will be given by Chair Pro Tem Aguirre honoring California Schools VIBA. Accepting the proclamation is Laura Josh. Sorry, apologies to the vice chair. Okay, well, we're going to flip the order. You'll go after, because I just called everyone up, so you'll go after, yeah. Okay, my apologies. So we'll do the proclamation with Chair Pro Tem Aguirre honoring California Schools VIBA, and then after that, we'll have the proclamation with Audie De Castro. Sorry, that was my mistake. Sorry to my colleagues.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. I know, right?
Yes, well, hi, thank you.
Morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. This proclamation is honoring California Schools VIBA, who is helping us celebrate National Wellness Month in San Diego by hosting its annual Regional Health and Wellness Fair on August 20th. I'm accompanied this morning by Laura Josh, who serves as a general manager for Cal VIBA, and her entire team, which I really appreciate you guys being here. Cal VIBA was founded in 1993 by school district superintendents and labor leaders as a joint labor management healthcare trust dedicated to providing top quality, equitable healthcare benefits and wellness programs to public sector employees. Today, Cal VIBA has grown to serve 80 public employers, including school districts and public agencies, which support 160,000 employees and their families, including many families in District 1, who now have access to healthcare closer to home in Chula Vista with the new South Bay Resource Center. This matters deeply in District 1, the district with the heart of our region's workforce. This is where our educators, our first responders, and our essential workers live, work, and raise their families. The people who keep San Diego running are the same ones who will benefit from the services Cal VIBA offers every day. As a Live Well San Diego community partner championing the importance of self-care, stress management, and healthy habits all throughout the month of August, this is what makes Cal VIBA's model so powerful. Cal VIBA represents a true partnership between labor like the American Federation of Teachers, California Teachers Association, and the California School Employees Association, schools and public agencies working together to make healthcare more accessible, more affordable, and more effective for the people they serve. You see that reflected in the people here today. Gracias por invertir en el sur de San Diego y por reconocer que la equidad comienza con el acceso para nuestra comunidad. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Chair Lawson Remer, myself, and the rest of the members of the County Board of Supervisors on this 18th day of August that we hereby proclaim today to be Cal VIBA and National Wellness Month throughout San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Aguirre, Chairwoman, members of the board, and honored guests. Thank you very much for this recognition. That's a very tough act to follow with the very cute kids, but I will do my best. We're so grateful and honored to accept this on behalf of our board of directors, our dedicated staff, and then the thousands of public sector employees and family members we serve across the community. At Cal VIBA, we really are more than just a health plan. As Supervisor Aguirre mentioned, we are a partnership. We are directed by our members, and we're built to take care of the people who take care of our public. So at our core, it's people taking care of people. More than 30 years ago, superintendents and labor leaders sat down together and asked a simple question. How do we deliver high quality and fairly priced healthcare benefits to our public servants that keep our communities running? And that question is what built the CalViva Trust. Today, we're the 4th largest healthcare purchaser in California. We serve educators, school employees, and public servants who in turn support more than 800,000 students across our state and strengthen our communities all up and down California. We believe healthcare means access at the right time, in the right place, and in the right language. That is our CalViva standard. And that is our belief that started our resource centers, including our newly expanded one in Chula Vista. Today, more than 40,000 members live within 10 miles of our Chula Vista Resource Center, where they can access things like fitness classes, acupuncture, emotional well-being, free childcare, nutrition classes, and this is all close to where they live and work. What makes me most proud, however, is the team and our board of directors. I have some of them standing here with me today. Every day, our staff welcomes members and helps people take their meaningful steps towards better health. And our board members really drive our vision and mission to make a difference in those that we serve. Thank you to all of you. You create a community of healthy, engaged, and empowered people who can bring their best selves to the work of serving others. Supervisor Aguirre, thank you for your leadership and partnership. Thank you for recognizing the Chula Vista Resource Center and the vision of this board of directors. And to our members who are educators, public servants, and members across San Diego County, remember this center is for you, for that check-in that prevents a crisis, for the coach that helps you start over, and for the person that reminds you that your health matters too. Because when we invest in the well-being of those who serve others, everyone benefits. So we're so honored to accept this proclamation today. Thank you. All right, around.
Okay, thank you very much. The next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp and Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, honoring Audie DeCastro. Accepting the proclamation is Audie DeCastro.
How are you, Audie? So good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Supervisor, thank you so much. Okay, I'll just put this on.
Yep, come on back. Another family reunion. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone. Today, I am truly, truly honored to recognize Audie DeCastro on his retirement as the Honorary Consul of the Philippines. A proud Morris High School alumnus and the son of a devoted mother who was active with the Bay Terrace Philan Seniors, Audie's roots in our community run deep. His heart has always been with the County of San Diego and the many Filipino immigrants and families who have made this region their home. Throughout his tenure, Adi's work made a meaningful difference in the lives of thousands of Filipino and Filipino-American residents across San Diego County, one of the largest Filipino communities in the United States. His responsiveness, accessibility, and cultural competence service filled a critical gap for individuals navigating legal, immigration, and emergency situations. He became a trusted and steady presence for families seeking guidance, reassurance, and support. Adi worked closely with the Philippine Consulate in Los Angeles to advance trade, tourism, and diplomatic priorities. In 2018, he played a key role in bringing more than 300 U.S. residents to the Philippines through the annual Ambassadors Tour, an effort in which San Diego proudly provided the largest contingent. His leadership strengthened cultural ties, expanded economic opportunities, and showcased San Diego's vibrant Filipino community on a global stage. His commitment to service extended well beyond consular responsibilities. Adi has served as president of both the Asian Business Association of San Diego and the Filipino American Lawyers of San Diego. He also contributed to the region's civic and philanthropic landscape through his work on the Board of Governors of the San Diego Foundation. And he did all of this while successfully operating and growing his law practice, De Castro PC, providing trusted counsel across diverse industries and maintaining the highest standards of service. Yet even with the immense demands of his legal practice, community involvement, and consular duties, Adi remained devoted to his family, his wife Thelma, and their 2 sons. His life reflects a remarkable balance of professional achievement, public service, and personal commitment. Adi, I know this for myself. Your work has uplifted a community, strengthened international ties, and touched countless lives. Your background as a respected attorney, community leader, and dual U.S. Philippine citizen made you exceptionally well qualified for your appointment as honorary consul of the Philippines back in 2014. The community will deeply miss you in that cherished role, but you leave behind a legacy of service that will be remembered for years to come. And I'll just say one more thing to you. Enjoy your retirement. This is a lot of work you've done in a lifetime. You have more than earned it. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Magandang umaga. Good morning. It is my honor to recognize a distinguished community leader whose service has left a lasting impact in the Filipino-American community. I'm proud to represent District 1, which is home to one of the largest Filipino-American communities in San Diego County. For generations, Filipino Americans have contributed their talents, traditions, and service to our region, and Adi de Castro has played a significant role in ensuring the Filipino American community is well represented, connected, and empowered. Through his leadership as Honorary Consul of the Philippines, Adi has broken down barriers to accessing critical consular services, ensuring that more Filipino Americans can receive the support they need, while strengthening the connection between the Philippines and the Filipino American community in San Diego County. But Adi's impact goes beyond the services he provides. He's been a champion for Filipino-American leadership, helping open doors and create pathways for Filipinos across South Bay communities to step into positions of leadership, public service, and influence. Because of his advocacy and belief in the power of representation, more Filipino Americans have found their voice, earned a seat at the table, and taken on roles that help shape the future of our communities. One conversation with Adi that I'll never forget was when he spoke about his consular outreach to Filipino immigrants held at the Otay Mesa Detention Center. What struck me most was not just the help he offered, but the deep compassion and humanity that guided his actions. In this ongoing moment, when immigrant families are experiencing uncertainty, separation, and hardship, Adi chose to show up. Adi created lifelines, helping people stay connected with their loved ones in San Diego and the Philippines, supporting them with resource navigation, and standing alongside them. He continues to show up for his community even after his consular duties have ended. Adi, the Filipino-American community's victories are your victories as well. Every leader empowered, every connection strengthened, every opportunity created is part of the legacy you have built through a lifetime of service. Thank you for bringing your time, energy, and heart to this important work, and for the lasting difference you have made and that you will continue to make. It is now my privilege to read the last part of the proclamation. Let it be proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer, Vice Chair Monica Montgomery Stepp, myself, and the rest of the Board of Supervisors on this 18th day of August 2026 that we commend Adi de Castro for his outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and we do hereby declare this day to be Adi de Castro Day all throughout San Diego County.
Thank you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and Aguirre and the entire Board of Supervisors for recognizing the importance of the relationship between the Philippines and San Diego County. I'm very proud to say that the Filipino-American community has played a significant role in enhancing the culture and economics of San Diego County. I'm very grateful to the county for receiving our community well. It's been one of the greatest honors, professional honors in my life to be appointed by the Philippine government to represent it, and as well as to represent the Philippines here in San Diego County, a place where I was born and raised. I want to thank the entire community for their support and being kind to me. I also want to thank my wife and son who are here somewhere for they've been behind me for all these 12 years. I'm going to miss the role, but I'm going to be around. So thank you all. Maraming salamat po.
Ya kasama ka. Sige na. Yo.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll give folks a moment. The final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson, honoring pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week. Accepting the proclamation is Irene Countryman.
Thank you. He beat me to the punch. He said, pretend like we all like each other, Scooter. Usually that's my line. Good morning again. I'm very honored today to recognize National Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week. I would like to thank Irene Countryman, Quentin Brooks, and all those who are joining us today on behalf of the Probation Department. National PPPS Week recognizes the critical role of pretrial probation and parole supervision professionals in protecting public safety and helping individuals make a positive change in their lives and in the community. Their work requires a unique balance of compassion and accountability, often under challenging, very challenging circumstances. Through their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to service, these individuals help strengthen our communities and contribute to a safer San Diego County for all of us every single day. Thank you for your incredible work and for the positive impact that you have on our region and beyond. For these reasons, I am proud, along with my colleagues, to present this proclamation honoring Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week. I'd like to read the last paragraph. Be it proclaimed by Chair Lawson Remer and all the members of the Board of Supervisors on this 18th day of August 2026 that they commend the San Diego County Probation Department for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County. And we hereby declare this week of July 19th through the 25th to be National Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Week throughout San Diego County. And I just want to personally thank each and every one of you. You know, years ago, I went to a Gulls game, and a parole officer was with me, and a young man walked by, and he said, "Hey, coach." And I said, "I didn't know you coached Little League," because I don't. That's what we do for our youth. We mentor them. And I just want to thank each and every one of you. Your job's not easy, but you work awfully hard at it, and it shows, and you're changing people's lives for the better. And hopefully, this is those changes never end up in our jails in the future. So thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I'm not sure who's speaking next. Awesome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson and the rest of the board for that recognition. My name is Irene Countryman, Interim Assistant Chief, and I'm honored to be here today on behalf of Chief Nelson and the County Probation Department. We are extremely grateful for this proclamation honoring the Probation Department in celebration of Probation, Pretrial, and Parole Supervision Week, also known as PPPS Week. PPPS Week is recognized nationally during the third calendar week of July and provides an opportunity to recognize the dedication, hard work, and contributions of community supervision professionals who help individuals successfully navigate supervision, rehabilitation, and reintegration into society. This year's theme, Connected for Change, Building Bridges in Supervision, speaks directly to the work we do every day. The County Probation Department is made up of dedicated, motivated, and highly skilled professionals who work alongside our clients to connecting them to opportunities while balancing support and accountability. Through partnerships, collaborations, resources, guidance, and support, we help individuals overcome barriers, make positive changes, and move towards successful rehabilitation, reintegration, and restoration in the community. I am joined today by team members from admin secretary, analysts to officers representing the various careers and San Diegans committed to service and safety of our communities within the Probation Department. We are proud to accept this proclamation on behalf of the entire department and the many professionals who are committed to serving our communities each day. We would like to express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to Supervisor Anderson and to the Board of Supervisors for this meaningful recognition of our profession and for acknowledging the important work of the Probation Department. On behalf of Chief Nelson and the entire probation team, Thank you for your support, your recognition, and your continued partnership. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we're all going to move out to the front here.
Okay, thank you all very much. Before we continue with the remainder of the meeting, I'll take a moment to address our House rules. Public engagement is the cornerstone of transparent and accountable government, and these Board of Supervisors meetings are our primary venue while all San Diegans make their voices heard. Our county is committed to a work environment free from unlawful discrimination and harassment, including sexual, racial, religious, age, disability, and other forms of discrimination or harassment. Under the board's rules, speakers may not use loud, shouting, threatening, impertinent, slanderous, profane, or abusive language to any member of the board, staff, or general public. All remarks and questions must remain on topic during the duration of your speaking time and must be addressed to the board and not to county staff. Any speaker engages in comments that break any of these rules will receive one warning. After a warning, will be asked to leave the chambers for the remainder of the meeting. Speakers threatening violence may be reported to law enforcement and removed from the meeting. We now proceed with non-agenda public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within our jurisdiction, but not on our meeting agenda. The only action we may take is a referral to the CAO. Speakers may speak once per meeting for non-agenda public comment, either today or tomorrow, but not at both sessions, and you may select which to address at your convenience. For non-agenda public comment, we have 5 speakers in person and 5 speakers by phone at the beginning of the meeting. The first 5 in-person speakers are randomly selected, and the remainder will be heard at the close of today's session. In order to ensure time and completion of today's agenda, for any discussion items with 10 or more speakers, individuals have 1 minute to share their opinion. According to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance receive twice the allotted time for their comments. And a final reminder, according to the board's rules of procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or do anything to disrupt the proceedings. If you disrupt the meeting, you'll give 1 warning. After that 1 warning, if you disrupt the meeting again, you will be directed to leave the chamber. Andrew, please call the speakers.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 37 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 25 individuals in person, and 12 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll now randomly select the first 5 speakers in person. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals: Ronald Owens Jr., allegedly Audra, Crystal Sudano, and those 3 individuals will be followed by Cesar Javier and Keith Thigerson. If I've called your name, please come forward. Audra has indicated she would not like to speak today. So we'll go to the fifth speaker will be Ryan, just a first name Ryan. Thank you.
Do I have 1 minute or 2 minutes?
You'll have 2 minutes, sir, and if you could
Thank you.
please begin by stating your name. Thank you.
The Board of Supervisors of each county shall take measures that may be necessary to preserve and protect the public health.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was a public information officer at the California Department of Public Health. On April 14, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this regarding the COVID-19 vaccines, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, blacks, Latinos, indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. I brought this information to my management at CDPH. I told them about the allergic reactions, facial paralysis, miscarriages, heart attacks, heart inflammation, serious seizures, strokes, and sudden deaths. They didn't want to hear this information. They wanted to tell you and 40 million Californians that the vaccines are safe and effective. That is a lie. I prematurely retired on December 31st, 2023, immediately incurred a 55% pay cut. I'm not sharing this to brag about me. I'm sharing this to say that I would not have taken a 55% pay cut, the difference between my pension and salary, if I was not convinced that these vaccines are killing people. I sent to this Board of Supervisors on July 29th, 2024, on December 12th, 2024, written notification, a 5-page PDF regarding all this information. I will follow up my comments by sending you an email. Please, I implore you, do not assign this to staff. Read it yourself. This is life and death information. I've traveled 54 counties. This is my 55th county. I rode a motorcycle 600 miles yesterday to speak before you 2 minutes. This is a life and death issue. You have a statutory responsibility to preserve and protect the public health.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Keith Thigerson. Good morning, supervisors. I urge this board to formally oppose the Golden Pacific Powerlink, SDG&E's proposed $2 billion, 500 kilovolt transmission line planned through some of our county's most valuable and undisturbed lands. Permanently trading our local environment to cut a new transmission corridor through our parks, deserts, mountains, forests, and homes.
Can I just pause you for a second? I think you actually want to be speaking on the agenda item because it sounds like you're talking about the PowerLink item.
I did not see an agenda item that was called the PowerLink item. It was a presentation by the Anza-Borrego Desert Foundation
That's the
about the
PowerLink
effects.
item. So that is the topic of that agenda item. Let me confirm that with Supervisor Desmond. It is his item. Yeah. So if you're going to speak on that topic, we need to ask that you speak on the topic you're speaking on right now. I need to ask you to talk about it at that item.
Okay.
Because that's the topic of that item. And
That
right
item
now you're talking about something
was
that's
in regards to specifically the Anza-Borrego Desert State Park.
It's Supervisor Desmond is confirming, but it's about PowerLink, correct?
It is about the PowerLink, and it's being presented by the Anza-Borrego Foundation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, please come for that item.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
Next speaker, please. Crystal Sudano, Cesar Javier, and Ryan.
Give me 10,000 Filipinos, and I will conquer the world. We do not hate just because to be popular. We hate because of that spiritual and emotional value, a jewel to us Filipinos. We are here consistently because good governance simply all about survival from conception to grave of San Diegans. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you for our home, for our street, for our utilities, light, water, food, clothing. But it is not enough. It looks like, pardon us, we have the belief that the priority of this leadership is business rather than safety and health of humans. Let us not fear. Let us not be threatened. It is the truth. Mama Giri declared it January. People are sick and dying. How many are dying now, Mom? You do not know because the city, these beach imperial do not have human and health resource or agency. That is true, Ma'am Rimmer, Ma'am Chair. We have been with Air Pollution Control District many meetings. We have many meetings with Ma'am Steve, and the ceramics manufacturing is still there, killing us, depriving us of happiness in our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Again, is Crystal Sudano present in the chamber? Or Ryan? Not seeing those individuals, I'll go ahead and call two additional speakers, Daryl Cotton and Mike Borello. Daryl Cotton?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daryl Cotton. I'm with 151 Farms. I own a commercial property at 6176 Federal Boulevard. My neighbor is the United Rentals Yard at 6144 Federal Boulevard. United Rentals runs a large rental porta potty business out of that yard, and they accumulate raw human sewage from those porta potties in a massive open top holding tank. It's called a frac tank. Just 4 feet from my property line, this is what we're dealing with. This tank is not approved for this purpose. It's rusting out. There's no secondary containment, and what's inside it escapes into the atmosphere, and any liquids could run down straight into the Choyas Creek Channel. On top of that, the odor and the pump noise are unbearable. Nearly 90 of my neighbors have signed a petition objecting to it. The permitting problem is this. United Rentals County Sewage Hauler Permit authorizes just 2 places to discharge that septage, San Diego's Pump Station 1 and a plant in Fountain Valley. Yes, Fountain Valley. But since December of 2022, the records show that more than 5.4 million gallons went instead to the city of El Cajon, a site that is not on the county permit. The county recently found this operation, quote, in compliance, end quote. But those inspections came before those city of El Cajon records were ever surfaced. And stopping the discharges isn't the whole fix. That tank needs to come out, and whatever is left in it handled as hazardous material before any of it reaches that creek. So my request is simple, and it's in my August 13th complaint letter to the board. Direct DEHQ to revisit that compliance finding, reconcile the permit with City of El Cajon records, and determine in writing whether this disposal and on-site storage are authorized. And if they're not, order the tanks removed and take the enforcement actions that would follow. The county already has the evidence. I'm asking this board to see that it gets reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Where do you leave this?
If you can leave that with the deputy clerk right behind you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mike Borello. Last time I was here, a long time ago, 3 minutes. Now they're down to 2. 5 years have passed since Joe Biden threatened American workers, get jabbed or lose your job. And the county boards of supervisors didn't blink. They aided and abetted the old man's coercion, his threats, and failed to consider any counterpoint over HHS dogma. The tyranny of mandates. Across the nation, millions unwilling or unable to lose their job and unwitting as to the risk of significant harm injected to keep their jobs. Unaware the experimental contents were designed to transfect and genetically reprogram protein synthesizing organelles with billions of cells to produce cytotoxins, 1 in 800 would suffer a life-threatening event, including permanent disability. 1 in 10,000 would die within days. The county just followed orders. We had a peak in excess mortality in that winter of 40%, unprecedented. COVID's still not over. We need accountability. We need local accountability. Congress throws us a bone. Fauci, the COVID whipping boy, the sacrificial Nazi evil scientist that tortured beagles. But we all know the crimes were widespread. A true reckoning demands accountability from thousands of those that just followed orders. Why are you looking down at your phone? How come you're not looking at me? Jim was the only one looking at me. You guys are culpable. You led to a lot of deaths and injuries, still injuries now, people suffering as an outcome of those injections. The first speaker here was right.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance with the board's rules, we'll hear from the first of 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We will begin with our first caller.
All bold, the county is auto-deleting emails after only 2 years, which should have been kept. Good that Joe is proposing 5-year retention, the average length of contract, if it is not renewed. It's a good start, but not enough. Of course, emails can be flagged for longer retention, but there are problems with this. The county policy is that if the user thinks an email needs to be saved, it should be preserved and county council consulted. These days, many employees simply don't have the time for this extra bureaucracy. And in this case, the complainant got the emails elsewhere. More egg on face. Emails shouldn't be kept for any fixed period, 2 years or 5 years, but for as long as they may be relevant, like whenever someone is adopted or taken from the family, or for as long as the contract lasts, and so on. To help diagnose issues or satisfy the law, and for instance, not to release an embezzler for lack of evidence. An employee might not be aware of the need or value of saving a particular document. People researching to find a better way should look at every email to be completely fair. And a missing email could create a prejudice that impacts a defendant's fundamental rights, which could put the county in legal jeopardy as much as a direct revelation of criminal behavior. And of course, it may exonerate corrupt politicians who knew all about the embezzler they hired. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, Andrew. And before you start my time, I just wanted to mention to Tara, you need to stop people and let them know that they can still continue to talk on an agenda. You're taking away the rights of people to speak, and that's not fair because now he's going to get 60 seconds to speak on that item. You ain't right. Okay, Consuelo here. So what I wanted to say was as government gets bigger, people's freedoms become smaller. Taxes continue to grow, and people's equity continues to shrink. In actuality, it's the people working the hardest paying most and owning literally nothing. People continue doing everything they're asked to do by big government, yet still get the short end of the stick and very little, if anything, in return. We can't even enjoy a simple pleasure of having fun at the end of a hard work week at a park listening to some good beats delivered by someone generously offering his time and talents to bring people together and create a sense of community without government chiming in to stop it. Government doesn't want people congregating and actually coming together unless government wants its cut in licensing fees and permission granted for a generous gesture to take place. This is, in fact, a part of their dystopian nightmare. We're living it. People like Paloma, Tara, Monica, Shawnilo Rivera, and so many other officials have the public fooled, having the public actually believing that they work for the taxpayers, when in fact they are working for globalists. I'm here to remind you that they all work for globalists. They're all puppets here, working to lay down the blueprint and install a system that is neither conducive to humanity nor the planet. They continue to promote crazy ideologies under the guise of being equal, inclusive, and tolerant, not only destroying our family structure, but also destroying human biology and going against.
Yeah, we'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Madison. As families across the county send their kids back to school this month, I want to use this time to raise a concern that doesn't always get attention until it's a crisis: cannabis use among teens and preteens. This isn't a hypothetical concern because school staff and prevention counselors across San Diego County continue to report cannabis as one of the most common substances found on middle and high school campuses. Vape pens and edibles have made use easier to conceal and easier for young people to access than ever before. And the science is clear that cannabis use during adolescence, while the brain is still developing, is linked to impacts on memory, attention, and long-term health. Back to school season is exactly the right moment for this board to recommit resources to prevention. That means funding for school-based education programs, support for community coalitions already doing this work, and continued investment in parent education so families know what to watch for and how to have these conversations at home. Prevention is far less costly in every sense than intervention after the fact. It's a lot easier to keep a 12-year-old from ever starting than to help a 16-year-old stop. I'm asking the board to treat youth cannabis prevention as a standing public health priority, not something that only comes up when a licensing ordinance is on the agenda, but something funded and supported year-round. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a planning group member, a parent, and a community volunteer with school programs that serve youth, especially those in need. As we prepare for the school year, we recognize the staff will need to be attentive to indications of mental health struggles of our students, of the personnel and mental health resources. They've been written more robustly lately in all of our school districts' budgets. We'll take these dedicated resources and commitment from everyone at school and in the community, including the decisions made at the county level. Now, more than ever, we need this Board of Supervisors to make a commitment to our youth. We need enforcement of law enforcement against tobacco stores, vape shops, and marijuana storefronts who's selling flavored and intoxicating products, which is against your laws and the state's. Students need clear messages from all levels of government regarding how best to handle their problems. An example of such a message: drugs are never the answer. Not alcohol, not tobacco, not vaping, not marijuana, or abuse of prescription drugs. Now is the best time to push back against extending the footprints of commercial enterprises that encourage intoxicating products in our unincorporated communities. This would show your commitment to prevention and to our youth. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Yes, hello, San Diego County. This is Julie Threet calling in also to warn you about the dangers of the COVID vaccine. I was one of those healthcare workers mandated to take 2 shots, and I've been permanently disabled ever since. I have a lesion on my brain, chronic tinnitus, both retinas detached. I've had 5 eye surgeries, and internal bleeding so bad I've been hospitalized 3 times, requiring 12 contaminated blood transfusions. I also work for the public health clinic in Butte County, where I witnessed injuries right in the chair, seizures, faintings, and miscarriages. All lies. Fauci lied, people died. What can you do? You can issue a public warning on your website. You can bring back in your medical officer who lied to you and have an agenda item to atone for all the lies. Social distancing was a lie. The mask on children didn't work. Isolating seniors was a crime. Have your sheriff investigate every single death, including their COVID vaccination status. Have Sheriff Martinez bring in those responsible for lying to you and hold people to account. On this Rise Above Day, I'm giving you several resources. React19.org. Over 4,000 peer-reviewed studies will show you that this vaccine is harmful. DocInTheLoop.com will give detox strategies for those that are injured in your county. AmericansForHealthFreedom.org. You can sign that pledge that you will do everything to get this COVID vaccine off your county and out of your public health department. Again, Fauci lied, Pfizer lied, people died. The California Department of Public Health lied. You all lied, and you need to atone for this problem. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just reminding folks, I think we have some new faces in the chamber today. We don't clap or engage in other behavior that disrupts the proceedings. So I know some folks haven't been here for a while, or maybe have never been here before, but just a reminder, no clapping, no stomping. If you want to show support for something that somebody says, you can do this. It's like a silent cheer. Okay. Next time I'll be issuing a warning. Thanks.
And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes a request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay, thank you, everybody. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes and statements of proceedings for the session of June 24th, 2026 and June 25th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Okay. We have a motion by Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, second by Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. Thank you. Please vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We now proceed with the formation of the consent agenda. This is items 1 through 6, 8 through 9, and 11 through 23. I'd like to note that item 7 has been withdrawn from the agenda by the CAO. All items on the consent agenda are routine and will be acted upon with one motion. Individuals can comment on the consent agenda after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any items for discussion or have comments on any of the items on the consent agenda? Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
No need to pull any items. I may have comments after public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
I also have a brief comment after public comment.
Okay, 2 comments after public comment. Great. Supervisor Anderson.
I'd like to pull item 14, and I have a brief comment right now. I understand item 7 was pulled. I don't have a problem with the contract, but I did look at the contract, and under the previous contract, 8.6% of the people were served in District 2. And when I looked at the contract, it allows for 100 miles per month. But if you were to, say, look at a single trip from Boulevard to this board meeting, that's 66 miles. They couldn't come here round trip. So if they don't have good internet, they're not participating in our meetings. And so I would like for our staff to go back and look at the actual distances. You know, if we were to look at Potrero has 900 people. The average household income is $28,000. And yet the closest meal program we have in El Cajon is beyond their range. So I think that we would see more use in District 2 if there was actual services provided to District 2. And so I'd like staff to go back, take that in consideration before they bring it back to the board. And then finally, I think this is a terrific program, but what I'd really like is after this contract completes, for us to look at a multi-year contract and open up the bidding process beyond JFS. So I have no qualms with JFS. They're doing a great job. But I would like to see some of the poorest people in my district to have access to this wonderful program the county funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Supervisor Anderson's comments as well, and hopefully that work about the mileage expands beyond District 2 to all districts when we take a look at this. I also understand item 10 was moved to the regular under discussion. Okay. I just wanted to, since 14's pulled, item 21, this is a second consideration. I'm going to be registering a no vote on item 21. I believe the county consumer fairness and public protection unit duplicates the existing consumer protection unit under our district attorney. So I'll be registering a no vote on item 21.
Okay, thank you very much. We can now turn to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 25 requests to speak on items on the consent agenda, 13 in person and 12 requesting to speak by phone. As a reminder for individuals in the chamber and those requesting to speak by phone, item 7 was withdrawn and item 14 was pulled for discussion. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 14, please hold your comments until the board discusses that item. We'll receive public comment on that item separately. Any individuals that requested to speak on the remaining items in the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. Also, when speaking, please identify which item or items on the consent agenda you are speaking about. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Chelsea Mutual, Mike Borello, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward.
You're all complicit in the danger and the disaster that was COVID. None of you spoke up against it. You need to today. All right, item 5. I love this one because every child,
state your name?
Pam, every child should be helped, every infant, not just based on skin color, but we know the state government along with this county government tend to discriminate based on money. But why do disparities in Black infant health still exist in this county and still need funds? What are you doing with the money? Number 6, receiving an award for your home visiting program to support families and pregnant mothers during their time of need. By chance, do these visitors encourage abortion? Do these visitors tell the family's children they may have been born in the wrong body? It must be a conundrum for Paloma, Tara, and Monica to promote the health of infants while at the same time proudly proclaiming the county as an abortion sanctuary. So as abortion promoters, women on the board, it must be maddening to decide which side you're on, the side that favors the killing of healthy unborn babies or the use of funds to help those babies who survived birth but are unhealthy and in need. Number 15, no. 250 pages of invented issues to manufacture chaos, harm, and destruction, all while promoting the privileged position of fake women and fake girls to diminish and eliminate females. Why are the mentally ill and autogonophilias included in the category of women and girls? Funny, the left's argument against 2 sexes always proves there are only 2 sexes because you're always fighting against it. And finally, on number 9, no. The individuals aged 19 to 44 years old represent the largest Medi-Cal population in San Diego of 35%. This is the age that was allowed to infiltrate our country illegally.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, Mike Borello, item number 4. I have a problem with item number 4. The board letter states that acceptance of this funding allows for a more robust public health workforce to advance health equity, diversity, and inclusion, and will train staff in racial equity, cultural responsiveness, and related equity skills. That framing is a big problem. Public health is not a social experiment. It's a high-stakes technical field. Competence is non-negotiable. Would you board an aircraft whose pilot was selected primarily so the cockpit felt inclusive, or the one who had logged thousands of hours and met the highest performance standards, regardless of background? The answer is obvious. The same logic applies here. Lives and public trust are at stake. I am not opposed to capable Health and Human Services agency. I'm opposed to using millions in public funds, whether granted or not, to expand a workforce under an equity-first mandate rather than strictly a competence-first one. The research shows consistent credential gaps and elevated failure risks. Calling this foundational capabilities does not make it safe. This mindset is simply reckless. Reject the item, or condition any acceptance on explicit merit-only hiring, promotion, and training standards with no demographic preferences, period. Quality of staff must come first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
It's not your problem at all. Thank you so much for your comments. You're good, but we're going to have to pause our meeting for a moment. Andrew, do you want to see what you can do? Thank you.
Do I get to go again?
Yes. Yeah, you need to finish because they didn't have a quorum, so you get to do it again.
Requesting to begin from the start over again. Thank you.
Wait till people come in now.
Can you please start the speaker's time? He had about 20 seconds left.
No, just start over again. Desmond wasn't here when I walked in.
How much time?
You want to hear it, right, Jim?
There's 12 seconds remaining.
To be honest with you,
thank you.
The bathroom has speakers.
That was a lot of information.
Well, I just wanted you to hear it because you're the only one that's going to vote against it. So.
Why don't we give the gentleman his full time? Okay, thank you.
Okay, where's Anderson?
No cheering, but thank you for the
Where's
support.
Anderson?
We have quorum, so there's 3 of us, so that's what we have to continue with. But you can have your full time. So go ahead and begin again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maybe he'll walk in. I'll get lucky. So I strongly oppose item 4 on the consent agenda. The board letter states that acceptance of this funding allows for a more robust public health workforce to advance health equity, diversity, and inclusion, and will train staff in racial equity, cultural responsiveness, and related equity skills. That framing is a big problem. Public health is not a social experiment. It's a high-stakes technical field, and competence is non-negotiable. Would you board an aircraft whose pilot was selected primarily so the cockpit felt inclusive, or the one who had logged thousands of hours and met the highest performance standards, regardless of background? The answer is obvious. The same logic applies here. Lives and public trust are at stake. I'm not opposed to a capable Health and Human Services agency. I'm opposed to using millions in public funds, my tax dollars, whether granted or not, to expand a workforce under an equity-first mandate rather than strictly a competence-first one. The research shows consistent credential gaps and elevated failure risks. Calling this foundational capabilities does not make it safe. This mindset is reckless, simply reckless. Reject the item or condition any acceptance on explicit merit-only hiring, promotion and training standards with no demographic preferences, period. Quality of staff must come first, especially in health and human services, so they don't make the same stupid mistakes like they did during the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite forward 3 additional speakers, Mary Jane Jagodzinski, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors, and staff. I'm Mary Jane Jagodzinski. I'm a Senior Vice President of Development with nonprofit Bridge Housing. I'm here briefly in support of item 16. I want to thank you, the county, for the opportunity to work again in partnership with the county in providing needed affordable housing. This development is one we've worked with your staff and with our partner, who is San Ysidro Health. It allows us to provide affordable housing for families that are in need, as well as to continue to provide healthcare services in a neighborhood that has been underserved. And with that, I want to thank you again for this opportunity. We're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Item 5.
And if you could please state your name.
Cesar and Purita, the smallest political unit, District 9, City of San Diego. Number 5, with all respect to my brothers and sisters, African Americans, we are member of the New Creation Church, and we look at how demography is being slandered, being destroyed or something. Why, Mom, Steve? Why did you not approve my being member of the advisory board, AIS recommendation? Let's not put demography in the limelight, because the sick and dying are not only black at the border. Ma'am Aguirre, correct? We have Filipinos, we have Asians, we have name it. Number 7, this is the advisory effort of AIS. AIS. Why single procurement, Ma'am Rimmer? Why? And why Jewish family services? Why? Why? Number 16, why exempt CEQA on affordable housing in an infested, toxic area? Mama Giri, where is our sanity? You build houses, you know that the environment is not suitable. CEQA says, decent home in a suitable surroundings. Sir Anderson, Sir Desmond, Mom Steve, God help.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers, Chris Bloom, Brian Woods, and Melissa O'Connor. I've called your name. Please come forward.
looks like we need to do some housekeeping because you guys can't even start off after summer break and run a meeting correctly. The Brown Act is very simple. It is the bare basics of running a meeting, and you didn't even have a quorum. And how long did it take you? I'm not sure, but at least my camera got it over there. And Jim, for you to sit there and say there's speakers in the bathroom, I mean, we didn't need to know you were going to the bathroom, but that is not a quorum. You have to be at the dais. And for you guys to sit here and have the arrogance to act like it's no big deal, how can you be trusted with much if you can't be trusted with little? That is the question. And so everything that you do in these agenda items is fraud, waste, and abuse. There's abuse of animals going on continually in the county, and yet we're giving money and donations to them. Public health, infrastructure, and workforce. It's like we don't even know what a woman is, do we? Right, but we're going to be trusting you with our health when all it is plenty of stuff has been exposed about the genocide shots that you guys were promoting and have potentially taken. And now things are coming out, and it's like, you guys can't be trusted with that. I mean, Black infant health, are you sure you care about that? Why don't you talk about the abortion clinics that were targeting Black women? It's like we don't want to talk about the real stuff, or the, you promote the actual babies being ripped apart limb by limb, and then you want us to trust that you're going to go to someone's house and give children and mothers health care? What are you going to do, abort them? Because I guess now we can do it till when they're, basically born. It's like you can have them and then just rip them apart limb by limb, so it's so great. And how many genders are there? We're not sure. So how much are you going to be able to have equity in that? It's a circus show what goes on here, and so you guys can't be trusted, and it's just evident to the people.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, County Board Supervisors. My name is Chris Bloom, Director of Development for the nonprofit Bridge or Housing Organization. I'm speaking obviously in support of item 16. The development disposition of agreement and the CEQA exemptions for affordable housing and the healthcare facility on county surplus land. The proposal is simple. It's 120 units for low-income housing, serving large families up to 60% of the area median income. This model has been successfully done in the past. It connects housing, affordable housing, with necessary healthcare services in desperate need in this county. We value our continued partnership with the county. It's proven over our track record, and we thank you for the opportunity to continue that partnership. My team and I are here to answer any questions or comments after today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I oppose number 4. My name is Melissa O'Connor, and I would like to report a crime. You forced PCR genomic testing on us. You cataloged our biological samples, and you used them against us to push lockdowns, reduce our movement and human interaction. Then you increased surveillance with continued testing, which fed the cycle. You shared our DNA without our knowledge or consent. Then you used our money to develop a private product. You used our money to sell us a private product. You advised legislators on policy to coerce us to take the product. You experimented on us with that product, and you made billions off this product from our initial investment. When we rejected your toxic product, you punished us for taking it, for refusing it, taking education and socialization away from our children, shutting down our ways to make a living, and in some cases, fired us from our jobs. This is criminal. It has taken me 5 years to understand how you pulled off the greatest economical heist from the American taxpayer while turning loved ones against each other, keeping healing modalities from us, and poisoning us with so-called treatments. The NIH and the CDC flooded San Diego with millions of dollars to carry out this genomic surveillance done by the county. UCSD, Scripps Research, and Rady's Genomic Institute. Then You then relied on these same local experts to advise you on public health policy, the very ones who profited from using us as experiments. This is malfeasance, and it would never be tolerated in the private sector. So why are we being forced?
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. Christine Custodio-Suera, Suzanne Turner, Demetrius Sanders, and Anthony Ralphs. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My name is Brian Woods. I'm with San Ysidro Health. I'm the Director of Housing Partnerships, and I'm here to speak in support of item 16. This item is going to allow us to continue to serve that community with a health center that we've served for multiple years. But the great thing about this item is it's also going to add an element of affordable housing to that site. So that area is in need of affordable housing. This allows us to pair health with housing, which is a model that's great for keeping the residents, not only of the affordable housing, but of the entire community, healthy and thriving. And we support this, and we're excited to work with our partner Bridge Housing on this. We've partnered with them on several other, and we've seen this model of health and housing together, co-located, successful in National City, in Long Beach. There are several models of this where the housing and the health center is co-located, and we're grateful to be a part of this project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Christine Custodio-Suero. I am the chair of the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. With me is Vice Chair Dara Ogunsaju speaking on item 15. On behalf of the commission, I want to recognize this important milestone in the county's implementation of our local CDOT ordinance and thank OERJ, HRNA advisors, county staff, community stakeholders, and the commissioners who contributed to this process. There is much in this report that is encouraging. We see meaningful reach to women through county housing, aging, health, and self-sufficiency programs. Women are well represented within the county workforce, and the county has made important investments in language access and services reaching many women experiencing economic and social challenges. Those successes should be recognized. But this report also reminds us how much work remains. Women continue to experience disparities in economic opportunities, housing stability, and the report identifies areas requiring further examination in workforce pay, promotion and retention, healthcare, gender-based violence, the criminal legal system, civic representation, housing, and access to public services. It also identifies something essential to our ability to address all of these issues: better and more consistent disaggregated data. We cannot improve what we cannot adequately see or measure. The Commission therefore views this report not as the completion of our CDAW work, but as the foundation for its next phase. The real measure of this effort will be what comes next: deeper analysis, meaningful community engagement, department-level gender equity action plans, measurable goals, continued monitoring, and accountability for outcomes. Our shared goal should be straightforward. Women and girls throughout San Diego County should be able to live safely, participate fully in our economy and civic life, access the services they need, care for themselves and their families, and have equitable opportunities to thrive. On behalf of the Commission, I respectfully support the acceptance and approval of the report, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with the board, OERJ, county departments, and our communities as we move forward from baseline to action and from data to measurable progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
How y'all doing? My name is Demetrius Sanders from Akron, Ohio. Founder, CEO, Put Down the Guns and Pick Up Your Life. Was approved by Marco Somerville, Dan Horgan, the mayors. Since last year, I've been here, and I've been feeding the people. I didn't see nobody else up there. Alpha Project been helping me. The 16th been helping me. Seeing nobody else helping. I saved all y'all last year. Asked Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. because I follow them and they follow me on social media. They know what's going on. All the tunnels. The hostages. I'm the second wonder of the world. God's secret weapon. The ultimate guardian leader. Hope. I'm finna find all the people about that lady, July 6th. I'm putting everything together because you only get 2 minutes because I don't do this. This is my first and last time. Finna do this again. My first and last time. I didn't want to do this. I have my own town hall meeting coming up. I got the library at the Malcolm X Library on Euclid. That's where I do mine. We get more time than that because I book them for like 4 or 5 hours or all day. But this will be my last time. I just want y'all to know, I don't see nobody out here helping their veterans. When we out here feeding them, me, my organization, and the Alpha Project and other people helping, you know, that come out there and volunteer help, I'm coming for all the people that's kidnapping everybody. I just want y'all to know, hope is here. Y'all see me? Have a nice day.
Next speaker, please. You can go ahead, ma'am.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ms. Turner. I'm speaking in opposition to agenda item 16. Thank you for being indoors, Board of Supervisors, on this wonderful day in our county of San Diego, the best county in paradise. In my time, there's 3 sections. Section 1 are indicators that tell you how important this is. Section 2, why I'm the person to champion this issue. And Section 3 actions we're asking the board to take on item 16. These 3 items of actions we're asking you to take is to investigate what's been going on with bridge housing at Kettner Crossing for the harassment of the seniors who have all given you letters to the effect of what their problem is. Section 2, we're asking for a survey. If you would send an independent survey to all the seniors in the building so they can respond to you specifically about the issues that are going on under bridge housing in Kettner Crossing and others. Action item number 3 will be cap to COLA so that the rent increases will be maintained for the entire year to COLA, which is 2.8% instead of 8.2%, which financially will evict the seniors from the building. Here's how you know this issue is important for me. I left the emergency room last night. Here's my ER, and going back this afternoon, the ER doctor said I could come and speak, and then I have to go back. Number 2, the packet in front of you cost me $130 to prepare for all of you. That's 10% of my income this month. So this is important if I'm going to spend 10% of the Social Security that I get, so I can give you guys this information. Number 3, in retaliation for me representing my seniors and speaking here today, Bridge Housing has canceled my personal lease renewal in the building in violation of federal low-income tax credit protections. Section number 2, I'm an experienced, incredible community advocate. I've worked with the Board of Supervisors for many years. Tara's office, Omar, was wonderful about, yay, tomorrow the seniors are getting free food at 9:30 a.m. right outside of this building because of Tara.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. A final call for Anthony Ralphs.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. Just a quick point of order. What items are spoken to? Is it items 1 through 23? Is that all the consent items?
It's items 1 through 9, 11 through 13, and 15 through 23.
Alrighty. Then I will start by voicing my support for items number 3, items number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 11, number 15, number 16, number 12, number 17, number 18, number 19, and number 20. And I would like to speak in opposition to number 1. In the face of all the draconian, Orwellian technology that we're facing, Big Brother technology that we're facing, especially in lieu of all of the approvals that have been passed for the first responder drones that can now deploy chemical weapons, in addition to the flock surveillance cameras the level of government overreach that we're facing as everyday citizens in this county is overwhelming. And we're asking this Board of Supervisors to think very critically about the amount of technology that's being utilized against suppressing the very people that this county is created for serving. Our DNA analysis, our DNA procurement should be completely off limits. That is such a violation of our constitutional human rights. I'm afraid that we've reached a point where technology can no longer protect the human rights that were enshrined in the Constitution, and that big government has reached a level that we've never seen before. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to reiterate for the callers, item 7 was withdrawn, so that the consent agenda includes items 1 through 6, 8 through 9, 11 through 13, and 15 through 23. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. Again, please state which item or items in the consent agenda you are speaking about. We'll begin with our first caller.
Paul Bold, conflict of interest, codes and appointments. You have 23 appointees, 38 COI codes, and a few seconds to speak on each one. This is not participatory democracy, but democracy spelled with a K. An indefinite appointment like Madeline Smith to the Treasury Oversight Committee is asking for trouble. Bridge Housing. The Bridge Housing Corporation has a poor reputation for maintenance, management, and big rent hikes. Residents cite urine-soaked carpets, roach infestation, noise issues, and poor management, big rent hikes. Surely someone can do the job better. You should look for one. And reserving all units for people making up to 139 thou per year means that the developer can pick and choose and not rent to truly low-income people. Gender equity analysis right up front. The report says women make up most of the county workforce, and a large share of people served by health, housing, and self-sufficiency programs. The county would do well to eliminate gender inequity in its own ranks first. Animal services, ratify donation to animal services. Animal services has only 2 shelters. It needs more given the volume of recent animal abuse and rescue cases from Julian to Rancho Santa Fe. Black infant health. Every child is special. Every child has his or her own special issues, whether genetic flaws, special susceptibility.
We'll hear from our next caller.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and I'd like to share some information from research that was done through Kaiser regarding the inconsistent and inaccurate information that pregnant women receive about cannabis use during pregnancy. There's a misconception among many of them that it is good for many conditions during pregnancy, and that is not true, and it does not being told to them are the risks. And that remains across California. Kaiser had a mystery caller who contacted over 505 bud tenders, randomly selected at licensed cannabis retailers statewide, posing as pregnant women. And the results were striking. 1 in 5 told a pregnant woman that the cannabis use was safe during pregnancy. Only about 40% of prenatal cannabis use is unsafe. That fewer than 6% referenced the state-mandated pregnancy warning. Bud tenders were far more likely to caution against tobacco than cannabis and suggesting that the gaps in knowledge about cannabis risks. Nearly 1/3 said edibles are safer in pregnancy despite little evidence comparing those modes of use. And the good news, 90% encourage the caller to speak with a healthcare provider, but often only when asked directly. This matters because prenatal cannabis use exposure has been linked to many problems during pregnancy: complications for the mother, lower birth weight, preterm birth, disruption of fetal neurodevelopment, risks heightened for today's far more potent products because many people use cannabis during.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Mutual. I'm an attorney and member of the advisory board of the nonprofit CDAW Rising. I'm speaking in support of consent agenda item number 15, and I want to commend the county for completing its baseline intersectional gender equity analysis report. It's a major milestone and a great starting point, but I also want to flag some brief concerns. First being that the ordinance in section 32.833B6 mandates that the results of the baseline analysis be presented in a public meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And I understand the time limitations, but I was disappointed to see this important item placed on the consent agenda, and arguably in doing so with no public presentation from OERJ, not fulfilling the ordinance's requirement. Second, I want to touch on how this data was gathered because I think it calls for some scrutiny. The report notes numerous gaps in the data collection, and I think we all need to better understand the methodology behind those gaps. For the departments that determine relevant data doesn't exist, who made that determination, what process was used, and do we have a plan to standardize and expand data collection going forward to minimize some of these blind spots? With the data we do have, while there's a lot to be encouraged by, we also see how much inequity remains. Women in our county earn significantly less than men across nearly every racial and ethnic group. We remain underrepresented in civic leadership, and language barriers still limit our access to healthcare and other essential services. I'm also concerned about the lack of information in the report in certain key areas, particularly reproductive healthcare, public transit and safety, and criminal and climate justice. And finally, I just want to note that other localities around the country and world are watching what San Diego County does here. And obviously the first responsibility is to our residents, but we also have a real opportunity to set the standard for CDOT ordinances in the fight for gender equity. Thank you all.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Okay, Consuelo here. Yeah, gender equity. You can't even define what a woman or a man is. But here we go. Okay, so this, let's see, I'm speaking on 15, 5, 20, 16, 1, 7, and, well, it's just going to pertain to all of them. Okay, so as I mentioned in what I said earlier, you all continue to promote crazy ideologies under the guise of being equal, inclusive, and tolerant. And that is not only destroying our family structures, but also destroying human biology and going against the laws of nature. So at this point, let's see, it's obvious that the main objective of these politicians is, in fact, to bring our cities and county down to its knees, and doing their part to make sure that we as a community are divided, and struggling, and believing that there are actual teams like red and blue, liberals, conservatives, that have our backs and are looking out for our best interests. That couldn't be furthest from the truth. People are now starting to notice. I'm loving everything that I'm hearing at this meeting so far. People are starting to notice that things like their property values are being compromised, their health, their just everything. They're recognizing how they've been swindled into believing that big government has their back. So it's great. A new day is dawning, a new earth is forming, the system is failing. Humanity on every level is recognizing what's happening. people are starting to recognize what's happening to them, not only to them, to just everybody. They're standing up for, even if they're not struggling, they're standing up.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Madison. I'm here in support of item 6 and the county's continued investment in maternal and child health, prenatal and postpartum care, home visiting, and connecting families with medical providers can make a meaningful difference in healthy births and infant outcomes. As we invest in maternal health, I also encourage us to emphasize prevention and education about the dangers of intoxicating substances during pregnancy. Babies are especially vulnerable to substances that can cross the placenta and interfere with their developing brains and bodies. Marijuana, nicotine, alcohol, and other intoxicating substances can have serious consequences for an unborn child, and there is no benefit to exposing a developing baby to these substances. Supporting mothers means giving them access to care, resources, and compassionate guidance, including clear information about avoiding substances that can harm their babies. Healthy mothers and healthy babies are the foundation of healthy communities, and I'm grateful to see the county continuing to prioritize both. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I called in to voice my support for consent item 8 regarding transitional youth housing program. As a county planning group member and a parent of 3 adult sons, I have appreciated the county's attention to supporting young adults in their journey to successful education, meaningful employment, emotional well-being, and long-term stability, with dependable, affording housing being a serious and important concern. I continue to be very uneasy about the young adult population, especially since the recent nationwide highly respected Monitoring the Future came out. Among other items, it stated that cannabis use daily and near daily marijuana use among young adults ages 19 to 30 reached an all-time high of 11.8%, meaning nearly 1 in 8 young adults uses cannabis on 20 or more occasions in a 30-day period, the highest level ever recorded in this age group. This very age group that the Transitional Youth Housing Program is meant to assist. And with it comes an increase of diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, a mental health condition in which you have issues fulfilling responsibilities at work, school, or home due to cannabis use. So when the board report lists the services that the program will be providing, including, and I quote, mentoring and crisis intervention, I would hope that comprehensive marijuana and other drug education programs would be provided. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm speaking today to items 5 and 6, funding for maternal and child health, home visiting, Black infant health, and prenatal equity initiatives. I support accepting these grants. These programs provide important services to mothers, babies, and families, and I appreciate the county's efforts to improve birth outcomes and reduce infant mortality. But I'm asking the board to make sure that marijuana use and exposure are not left out of these maternal and infant health education programs. The CDC states that THC crosses into the developing baby and that marijuana use during pregnancy can harm fetal development, including lower birth weight and abnormal neurological development for newborns. Another CDC study found that high-frequency marijuana use during pregnancy was associated with about twice the risk of delivering a low birth weight baby, and that marijuana smoke contains many of the same toxic and cancer-causing chemicals found in tobacco smoke. This education needs to be addressed, both marijuana use during pregnancy and exposure to marijuana smoke after the baby is born. Please accept this grant funding, but direct staff to include clear evidence-based education about the risks of marijuana use during pregnancy, the potential effects on fetal development and birth rate, and the dangers of secondhand marijuana smoke in all appropriate maternal, infant, home visiting, and birth equity educational materials. Families deserve to know the risks so they can make informed decisions and protect their babies. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, how you guys doing? The board that can't understand normal thinking, and I hope you understand the context. Now, let me go ahead and tell everyone why we're going to go ahead and approve all these items. It's because we allow non-citizens to vote in our elections. I know this because I worked there for 20 years. We don't do any checks whatsoever to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls once they got in there, unless they show up for ceremony to be sworn in, at which point we will then look to see whether or not that person has voted in the past. We have already seen multiple people not being able to become citizens because they've been voting. We also seen in 1982 groups like the NGOs registering people in their names, getting their ballot through the absentee process, which we don't have anymore because we just mail out the ballots, and voting those ballots. The registrar of voters will not answer these questions for you. They will detour you. They will do anything that they can. And then, if you keep on bugging them, they will use Prop 36, deference, to go ahead and medicate you so that you don't speak anymore, like they're trying to do with Andrea Abbey, who is not incompetent, but you guys think she's incompetent because she is investigating the same fraud that took place in Arizona that stripped away $2.4 billion from taxpayers. Each one of these members are not elected by the people, they're elected by the NGOs that fraudulently create ballots. I would like any of them to tell me I'm wrong. They can't, because they know I'm right, and that is why they are trying to silence me for good.
Thank you. For the record, that speaker was Gambler Hermes. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey there, it's Truth Tonics. Item 2 for $724,000. The sheriffs can train at a federal facility, but federal law enforcement can't train at a county facility. You know that's going to backfire. Item 4, no to over $10 million to expand the corrupt county bureaucracy. You guys already blew your bloated budget of $33 million. Item 5, $9.6 million blown and 0 black babies have been saved by the 3 supervisors funded by Planned Parenthood. The higher infant mortality rates are obviously coming from abortion. Why is equity so gross? Item 6, don't even pretend you care about healthy births when you support ending births, especially Tara, who likes to use her children as props. Item 8, who's going to run this $2.6 million foster youth housing? Maybe Monica's just-in-time friend, Rashay Marie Cuevas, who defrauded Imperial Beach Little League of $96,000. Item 9, no to $61.5 million tax dollars to Medicare fraud to benefit illegal aliens. Item 11, if the property tax system is long outdated, then this $56 million bond debt should have been a discussion item 10 years ago. Item 13, no to a county health propagandist being paid up to $355,000 a year. Item 15, all Tara, Nora, Nathan, the Commission, and the United Nations CEDAW ordinance did was eliminate women. Shame on you. Item 16, the county's targeting low-income neighborhoods with high stacking tax and more death care. Bridge Corporation has $4 billion in assets. Why do they need 500,000 tax dollars in county kickbacks? Item 21, rather than Tara and Allison Snow's housing lawsuit scams, the only place we need consumer fairness and protection is from the county's own corruption. Item 22, no to SEIU, Environmental Health Coalition, and Center on Policy Initiatives, Minion, Mary Grillo. No to Human Traffickers, Catholic Charities, Apaswami Pajanor. No to Laura Wilkinson, who donated $4,100 to Manuela Paloma's campaign. So a vote is in violation of the Levine Act, you county criminals who got in with rigged elections. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I called in to address consent items 5, 6, and 8. And of particular interest to me is item 5 regarding the Black Infant Health and Perinatal Equity Initiative. About 3 decades ago, the county initiated a program they called Infant Immunization Initiative because we discovered here in our San Diego County that our children weren't receiving timely immunizations, and that it seemed, in comparison to Tijuana, they had a higher rate of immunizations, and they were concerned about cross-border transmission of our diseases to their children. I was a representative from PTA at that point, and originally we were concerned, as is the grant for item 5, about Black infants. And that concern still exists. But what we discovered is it was more of a case of economic circumstances than it was of race. And I think it has to be deeply considered when we single out a race for our grant money, that we don't leave others behind. And there is that sense in this particular item. What we found back then was the social economic causes behind poor health were far more serious than any racial designation. And perhaps they go hand in hand. Perhaps within racial designations you do find more low-income families, but it's important not to think that what we're talking about is racial when it is far more economic. So I'm hopeful as we gather information, rather than breaking it down by racial designations, that we could take a more close look at economic.
Thank you. And we'll hear from the final caller.
Hi, Natalie Rashke here. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm kind of concerned with number 4. I am a current EHV holder. COVID, it's been proven that it was created in a lab, which created me to become homeless. I don't trust that any of this grant funding is going to support what it says it's going to support. Since my EHV is within the city, I will become homeless again due to COVID. Are we taking any stats on what's going to happen to these people? There's over 300 voucher holders due to COVID that are now going to be homeless at the end of November. That's over 1,000 people. When we talk about Black infant health, that just puts a narrative that Black people are a lower class. I agree that it has to do with poverty. It doesn't have to do with race. And the government has created these narratives and made people of color lower in the lower class. That is proven. When is government going to be held accountable? 2 minutes is not enough time to touch all of these bases. When we talk about health and people and women and babies and the health coming in, the doctors coming in, nurses coming in to help women, how can we trust that? I'm a person with lived experience who experienced postpartum depression, and I was not even allowed to speak at another woman's trial on behalf of her and what postpartum is like. So we're taking experienced doctors over lived experience and not even giving them an opportunity to speak on behalf of women. I don't trust that anything that is said or done anymore, and we should be questioning everything. And that this.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the items in the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my colleagues had a couple comments. We'll begin with Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so very much, Chair. I want to thank you and the CAO for tabling item number 7. And also Supervisor Anderson, thank you for your comments there. I think there may be ways that we can make the service even better than it already is for our older adult population. We know that JS is a great partner to the county, but when we do a single source, the only backstop we have is our vote here. And so I think we need to go back to the table and discuss the terms of that contract. In addition, I want to just thank the San Diego County Commission on the status of women and girls, the entire commission, including and especially the chair and vice chair who spoke on item number 15 today. I also just want to publicly say that I'm dedicated to next steps, that the analysis is great that we're here, but it certainly is not enough. And so as we move forward, especially at Women Majority Board, I think this should be a priority, and we should also have it be presented before the board as well in the future. Lastly, item number 16, I had just a technical question about the DDA. Is this, with regard to this development, I know it's in District 1, so I only have a question. I'm not taking over anything. But will there be any other approvals with regard to this particular development? Or is this the last stop here? I think, Mr. Albright.
Yeah, Chair Lawson-Remer and Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. This completes the board approval to move the project forward.
Okay.
So this would be it.
Okay, thank you for that. I will just express what I've expressed before about various, another project one in particular that was in my district that we used county land, which is an amazing partnership, that there's no way the people that are living on what was formerly county land should be coming to us saying that they cannot afford the rent. This is, I think, a big part of that partnership is that we are able to provide stability for people who need it the most. And I think that being a part of granting the county land is an amazing thing that this county has done for years. I know that Ron Roberts led in that effort years ago. And I think as we move forward, understanding that we can build units and still have such a need in our community, because maintenance is important and also the cost of rent is important. And so I just want us, as we're at the table with our partners, our developer partners, we thank you very much, and also our project managers, that we are keeping in mind that we need, our primary backstop is to provide affordable housing stability for people that are on what was formerly our land. That is extremely important, and I want to continue to focus on it as we enter these additional agreements with developers and project management companies. With that, I'll move the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn the floor over to my colleague, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair, for your comments regarding these types of projects. I think it's, you hit the nail on the head. It's extremely important for us to ensure that these partnerships, that we protect those that we're working to protect. And just because rents can be increased due to state statute doesn't mean they should, right? So I agree with her comments. I just also want to speak briefly to item 16, which authorizes, of course, the agreements that we're talking about with our partner Bridge Housing and San Isidro Health to redevelop county-owned land at 3177 Ocean View Boulevard into 121 affordable homes and a new healthcare facility. The Ocean View project is about much more than putting roofs over people's heads. It's about creating affordable homes where families can live well, stay connected to their community, and have access to the services they need.
This project is more than housing. Residents made their views very clear to us, and they said that any redevelopment should keep the clinic open and accessible. This plan does that. Families get quality, affordable homes with a community garden, a play space, and allow San Ysidro Health to continue to provide care. As the county continues developing its surplus properties, this is a model we should try to replicate: affordable homes, strong community amenities, access to essential services for families, and lasting public benefit. And to that, I'll just add what we just previously discussed is ensuring that those who are under-resourced, that are on fixed income, don't end up in a situation where they are being displaced because ever-increasing rent costs. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor and a second for the consent agenda. We had one item that Supervisor Desmond had registered a no vote on. That was the CFPP item. Please vote. I'm going to voice my yay vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye, and noting for the record that Supervisor Desmond registered a no vote on item 21.
Okay, thank you all very much. I'm going to try to give a preview of the day. We obviously have a lot to do today and a lot to do tomorrow. So we're going to get as far as we can. We're going to take the two items that were pulled from consent first, 10 and 14, and then item 24. I see a lot of folks here for item 24. We're going to make sure we do that before lunch to be respectful of everyone who turned out. So after items 10, 14, and 24, we will take a lunch, and then we will reconvene and get as far as we can before closed session. Thank you. Let's begin with 10. Ebony, do you guys have something? It's Jordan. Okay. This is Jordan Marks' item?
And he does have a presentation.
Okay. You can go ahead and come up here for your presentation for item 10.
If your board would like it.
To my colleagues, Jordan has a presentation, but we can also just answer any questions. So does anyone want his presentation, or do you just want questions for my colleagues? Supervisor Desmond, presentation or questions? Okay. You don't need either. Supervisor Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp?
At the pleasure of the board.
Okay. Chair Pro Tem Aguirre? Supervisor Anderson?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Jordan, I just want, I know, just a clarification. I know we're going out for software to make, your county assessor, recorder, tax collector, make it all easier on everybody. And but what I'm concerned is, if we get a custom software package that only San Diego County has, are we going to be stuck with when updates have to be done, or are you getting something that's at least off the shelf that might be we can get people to work on and not just be one of a kind and an island sitting on our own?
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. What's fantastic about the opportunities in front of us is that off-the-shelf solutions are available. And that's actually our requirement when we're going to RFP, is that they have to have closed a property tax roll in another county. We expect multiple bids that will allow us to then join a user group of other counties and then lower costs of administration for the board and the citizens over time. So by having shared costs in a technology, we'll be able to add developments with partners, whether it's LA County, Riverside County, Orange County, San Francisco County. So we fully expect to be a part of a user group and not have those costs that are associated with a custom build.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds like Supervisor Desmond's pitching you softballs, but if you have any opening remarks, just a couple of remarks, I don't think there's a need for a formal presentation. If not, we can just go to public comment.
Now, is it, I apologize, I couldn't hear. Is this item 10 or 11 that we're, I believe we're talking about the real estate fraud fee, is that right? Mm-hmm. So great news. The state of California has passed, I apologize, we're talking SB 255, which has met a opportunity, and it's a mandate, but an opportunity for us to alert the citizens of San Diego County if real estate fraud has occurred on their property. Thanks to the leadership of my team, I want to give recognition to my Chief of Staff, Alejandro Larios, Val Hanfield, who's my Chief Deputy Recorder County Clerk, Teresa Pizarro, my Head of Finance. We have already offered in the County of San Diego what's called Owner Alert. It's a free property tax e-notification program. Why that's important is because if they steal your property, within weeks they could be taking loans out against your property, reselling your property, and doing really nefarious things to the most important investment that our citizens make. Not only that, we also realize that part of our population doesn't use email. And so this allows us to meet the moment by having a mail program put in place to allow every property owner to get a piece of mail. It's a second way to thwart and fight real estate fraud, and that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna have the email notification, immediate notification, and we're still leading in the state, teaching other counties how to offer that opportunity, but then it will follow with a piece of mail that says, hey, this has taken place on your property. It's a way that allows us to fight back real estate fraud. Our Owner Alert program last year alone caught 3 attempts at folks trying to steal real estate from our seniors and folks that have undeveloped land. This is the second matching piece to it. One thing I'm really proud of is that our county is the gold standard of having a model for time and motion study to deliver this fraud protection fighting fee at the lowest cost possible. So you should be very proud of the county employees that helped bring this forward today.
Thank you so much. Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, you have a question?
I have a quick question based on what you just presented, and welcome. So when you, as a second tier of notification, when you send out those mail alerts, are you planning on putting it in an envelope that's quite conspicuous, like yellow or red, so that people don't miss? No, and I'm not being facetious. It's a real concern, and we want to make, some people just, you know, disregard mail, but I want to make sure that if that is happening to them, that they get notified as soon as possible.
Yeah, we actually have this issue where a lot of people view our mail as sometimes throwaway mail. Mm-hmm. So we do mark the outside of the standard county documents, important documents enclosed, real estate documents to your property to alert them. In addition, we've taken great efforts to do this in English and Spanish as well. And then we're going to have online translation for the documents inside in multiple languages when they come to our website.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much. Why don't we go to public comment, and then if there's any additional supervisors' questions for you after public comment, we can return to you.
Thank you, Chair
for being
Lawson-Remer.
here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 9 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in support. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 10 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Demetrius Sanders.
Two minutes, bummer for you guys. Thieves stopping thieves. That's what's so interesting, living in Satan's playground where everything is inverted and you have criminals saying they're going to protect you from the crimes that they commit against you. It's interesting. And everybody has Stockholm syndrome because they're like, oh my gosh, yes, please protect me. When you're the thieves, you guys take homes and you're talking about protecting homeowners, right? So that eventually they can't pay their bill and then you guys get to take it back from them, rob them basically, and we just keep paying over and over for our house. How cool is that? What a great setup. Like, I mean, whoever thought of this stuff is so smart. Total racketeering, organized crime. And what is interesting is that there is immunity happening here with the county recorder and their staff if the notice fails to send, so they could get their house stolen, but at least, you know, the county's immune from any culpability in that, right? It's like, you know, vaccine makers killing people and totally being immune from accountability. Like, what? And you guys sitting there saying you want to protect kids while you rip them apart limb by limb. Like, I mean, it's crazy, Tara. I mean, how can you even say what gender your baby is? It's kind of rude, isn't it her choice? I mean, I feel like you're like putting the cart before the horse, you know, there. But it's cool. I mean, I'm sure she'll, or he'll, or them. I don't know. There's so many genders to pick from. Isn't that fun? I mean, we don't know what a woman is, but there's like, could be 250 genders. So you guys are gonna have a hard time doing equity with that. I'm gonna make sure I get equity in that. We're gonna have to, I'm just gonna make one up. I feel like we could do that. We could just identify as whatever. Like you guys identify as public servants.
Final call for Cesar Javier or Demetrius Sanders. Not seeing those individuals, we'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, I'm Paul Bold. All I actually wanted to say was this looks good. I have good feeling about our county assessor, and that's really all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll hear from our next caller. The next caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Excuse me. I will, Consuelo here, and I will have to say the opposite of Paul the Bold. I don't feel good about that comes from the county. And yeah, amen to everything Audra just mentioned. That's it. Sorry, my mouth is done. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
It's truth. I guess it's up to me to save these comments and go somewhere with it. Although I was thinking about food too. Jordan, your presentation, it was a little bit short, I have to say. You did a lot better on that. What was it? The charter bastardization? You did a lot better on that one. I have a question. If item 11, was it about an outdated property tax system with zero public discussion required, apparently, is this the same concept, Jordan? Were notifications of basic service that should have been updated and provided years ago, like when computers were invented, or just no? I'm actually going to assume that the commies on board, like Manuela Paloma, are trying to circumvent property fraud prevention. Just, you know, they never support anything good, so why would they start now? And I find it ironic because multiple property-owning commies like Manny, Tara, and Monica can be against theft and defrauding of properties when it's not their property in question. Because we all know the county should have confiscated Manuela's second home when she failed to pay her property tax bills for 4 years. See, equality is not ensured for all, as the law demands. And that's exactly why we need more notifications. The only change to the bill I would add is that the state should foot the notification bill because people already pay plenty of fees and taxes to have homes and streets paved in gold. Plus, it's unconstitutional to have unfunded mandates like pervert Scott Wiener and the rest of the Sacramento swamp keep introducing. That being said, I support Jordan Marks and Senator Kelly Ciarta's attempts with SB 255 to get some real justice in this corrupt state. Because, you know, no justice, no peace, as in we, the people, should shut down these meetings in the same way the purple shirts did until the county-derived fraud stops. Just a thought, you know, just the same way, nothing different, right? Equality. Plus, anyone that doesn't support the prevention of the theft of someone's title to their property is obviously gross. So I want the mailers to be manila in color and say ICE on them in 192 languages. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller.
The board that can't understand normal thinking. Well, I don't know whether or not I should agree with this or not. Hell, fuck. Just go ahead and fire everyone, make it all AI. They'll do a better job than the pieces of shit that work at the Registrar of Voters office right now. Let me go ahead and explain something to everyone. That backdoor access that everyone is concerned about, it's very simple. They have access to see how many ballots were cast and who they were cast for. That way, in the last possible minute, they could go ahead and manufacture exactly how many ballots that they need and then drop them off in blue mailboxes. Hell, back at the polling site. They could go ahead and drop them off anywhere. And then it fools all the people thinking that we had a fair and honest election, when in reality, they were just looking at the numbers, the NGOs working together with any registrar that wants to go ahead and allow non-citizens to vote without even doing any kind of checks. Being that they are the ones certifying the elections, all the responsibility falls on them. And when this is just determined, that person should be thrown in jail immediately. Maximum punishment. That goes for you, Damian Brown, too. See, your duty is to reduce the cost, not to increase it by covering up fraud. Not trying to throw people in jail, not trying to friggin' get them into a psych ward because they disagree with you. I thought we lived in the United States of fucking America. But no, you deported so many people. I mean, you brought in so many fucking people that you displaced us in the elections, completely and utterly. And anyone that speaks out about it, even when I was working at the Registrar of Voters Office, which you fired me, put me on hold for 6 years, and then filed a restraining order trying to throw...
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you all very much. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Anderson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you all so much. Thank you so much, Jordan. Appreciate you being here. Okay. We'll now move to item 14, which was pulled from consent by my colleague, Supervisor Anderson. Just want to say I really appreciate you bringing this forward initially. I appreciate this coming back from staff. I think this helps strengthen our transparency around community surveys. You know, as a social scientist by training, I think it's really important to continue utilizing community surveys to understand community priorities, and it's really helpful to have a policy at the board so that we're all able to do this in a way that we really get good data, good information, and we can share that information with that public. So I'd love to make an initial motion just out of solidarity and support for item 14, and then I'll pass it on to Supervisor Anderson, who pulled this from consent.
I had a small minor amendment to it, and that's why I pulled it. And so the amendment simply would say that it applies to all moving forward and to anything in the last 2 years. I'm sorry?
You said all
Yes, it only changes that it just changes the application of the actual item 14 to include anything that was initiated over the last 2 years. Some contracts we have were initiated before this, but their polling hasn't been done, and I just want to make sure that it applies to that potential polling. Although the contract was initiated, the polling hasn't been conducted. So that's the only amendment. I just want to make sure that we're crystal clear that there's no loopholes that people can slide through unintendedly.
So just to clarify, and then I think it'd probably be helpful to put up on the board exactly what you want to amend. But just to clarify, your amendment, the intent is to apply to any polling or community surveys that have not yet been conducted, even if the contract has already been signed to do that work. Is that correct?
When we made an inquiry about some specific contracts, our county council said it would not apply to them, or not necessarily. And so I asked for language that would make it apply. So we would simply submit the language that would make it apply. And that, and essentially, you hit it on the head. You summarized what I was so long-winded with, so succinctly.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put that on the board so everyone can see?
The last paragraph.
Oh, poor Andrew has to type it. Give our clerk one moment. Supervisor Anderson, did you inquire regarding what contracts exist to which this would apply?
Well, it would apply to all of them.
But I mean, were there specific ones that?
I was aware that there are some.
There are?
Yeah.
Do you know what they are?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. That's not what you said. That's also different, maybe useful, maybe not, but not what you said. It says, direct the CAO to apply the public posting reporting requirements of board to any polling being completed in the past 2 years. That is not what you said. What you said was direct the CAO to apply the public posting reporting requirements of board policy A72 to any polling and community surveys not yet conducted, but that were commissioned under existing contracts. So what you said was not what's written.
When we brought it to county council, that was the language in county council's here so they can intervene. But that's what they came back to us with. We were trying to figure out how to word it, but I didn't want any current contracts not to apply. And the feeling was that this would only apply to future contracts, and I think it should apply to all polling, whether the contract was conducted up to 2 years ago. So this was really focused on any contracts of the last 2 years that may move to poll moving forward.
Okay.
So I'm trying to close the loophole that, without attempting to, staff created in item 14. So we just want to make it solid.
That makes sense. So how about this? Since what you said verbally does not match what is written on this piece of paper, I think I'll probably be amenable to the amendment, but why don't we give you time to think about it, county council, and we'll go to public comment, and we'll let people comment, and then we can come back to board discussion, since your proposal did not match the words in the paper, but I'm sure we'll sort it out in the next 20 minutes while we listen to the public commenters. Okay, why don't we go to public comment?
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. I'll also note for the record that we received 1 neutral e-comment. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Pam, allegedly Audra, and Demetrius Sanders. If I've called your name, please come forward. And you'll have 1 minute to address the board since there are 10 or more speakers on this item. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name.
Your name. So this is a bit ridiculous. You're sitting here saying in the next 20 minutes you're going to figure out what's going on with the item, but you want to hear from the public. Sounds like this is really a good way to get information from the people, right? Is this a survey? Do we just give you the answers and then get the questions later? Is that how it works? I'm just wondering. It's very confusing because actually it's not. I mean, everything is inverted, and so you guys sit here and say, we care about what people think. We want to hear what you have to say. That's why we give you 1 minute. Right? I know, Tara. Is that what you're going to tell your daughter? Shut up, you got 1 minute. You know what I mean? See how good she can do, trying to convince you that she didn't steal money from your purse. Yeah, and then no loopholes, Joel. None intended, just the intended ones. Good job. Yeah, but it just shows people how untrustworthy you guys are, and it's great. Good job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Pam or Demetria Sanders? Nope. Okay. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Bold. You want to do polling, but exclude the community people. If there's a problem with the implementation, delivery of a county rule, ordinance, or service, all of the community should not be excluded, and the result would probably be helpful in resolving the issue. And excluding the people you serve is manipulation, not transparency. The county's totally politicized polling is like item 29, which you'll be considering later, where you got a polling report from FM3 and then got an opinion from Ironwood, their parent company.
Thank you. We will hear from the next caller.
Good morning again. This is Kathleen Lippett. I'd like to question the county's ability to do appropriate surveys. Survey methodology is very complicated and is very clear when survey questions, the questionnaire, when there's bias that's built in a number of places, and the county rarely acknowledges that. Also, spending $40,000 on a community survey is at a time when the county is in deficit is hardly something that you should be doing. You should be doing your job and not surveying what people think about that. You don't listen to them anyway. So please, no more community surveys that are self-serving. Appreciate the talk. Bye.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller. Next caller is Consuelo.
Well, amen to that. And can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, Consuelo.
Okay, thank you. I said amen to that, and to Paul the Bold and to Audra. Yep, just more waste. And I will repeat what Paul mentioned. If there is a problem with the implementation or delivery of a county rule, ordinance, or service, a poll of the community should not be excluded. And the results would probably be helpful in resolving the issue, but whatever, there's nothing to resolve. It needs to be dissolved. And excluding the people you serve is manipulation and not transparency, as Paul mentioned. So, yeah. And I just wanted to comment how, Tara, you need to get a babysitter, girl. I know somebody. Okay, that's it.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. Tara, you also need to speak into the mic so we can actually hear you. Otherwise, let Monica chair the meeting. And Terry, you also need to speak clearly and not mumble through this agenda item, because I could understand Joel just fine, which, by the way, his statement does not have to match the words in the item. It's called an amendment or a substitute motion, rookie. No to Ebony's scan to make it look like the county cares about transparency, when this board's really just trying to cover Tara and Monica's corrupt derrieres after they wasted our tax dollars on progressive campaigner Dan Rottenstreit's expensive BS polls. There's nothing here about partisanship, and that's because Rottenstreit just ran Manny's last campaign, racking up $67,000 in debt she still hasn't paid off. Joel's earlier point about miles not being covered enough for East County residents proves that the staff, the board, does not live in, nor represent, nor serve the unincorporated communities. My favorite real county poll, a majority of voters in all 5 districts think the county is headed in the wrong direction. Thanks, Tara.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Really, do you understand the fact that, hey, Tara, remember when I went ahead and said I was going to find out who you're working for? I have the PRR and I already sent it out there. That is basically the rough draft of anyone that could go ahead and find out basically RICO charges. or something like conspiracy, you know, stealing the money, where the money goes, the rehab things, basically the same tactics that they used up in Arizona. As a matter of fact, I figured we'll go ahead and do that with the HHFA and all that stuff and find out exactly where all the money is going. Well, let's go ahead and track all your guys' campaign contributions between each other. You know, the shell game that you guys love to go ahead and play. Isn't that why you guys are currently throwing Andrea Ebbing in prison? She's been in there since, what, May 1st because she talked at the Board of Sandag meeting? She's going to lose her houses. She lost her car. She's losing everything she has.
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller. This next caller is Ann Riddle. Your device might be muted. Ann, your device might be muted. And not hearing anything from that caller. Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. I will turn the floor back to my colleague. I imagine he has his amendment sorted out by now.
So what I'm trying to accomplish to make sure that nothing slips through the cracks, County Council has conferred that that's the best language. So I'd like to stay with that language. And I don't see it as a big whoop-de-doo changing much, except for that it would remove any confusion as to what it would apply to.
Okay, I am happy to accept that. So
well, I'd like to second your motion then.
Fabulous. So we have a motion by myself with this amendment, making it clear that this policy, the public posting and reporting requirements goes back 2 years, not just forward. And we have a second to the motion. So any comments from anyone? I see Supervisor Desmond with their hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff's work on this and Supervisor Anderson for your initiating the effort. I believe adopting this policy is a step in the right direction. Glad to hear, looks like you might have consensus on it, and I'm happy to see it move forward and support. Thanks.
Fantastic. Any other comments? Okay, please go ahead and vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, great work, everybody. We now move on to item 24, which is our first discussion item we have today. Indian County facilities used by ICE and CBP for firearms training. This is an item presented by myself and my colleague, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre. My understanding is we have a presentation from a community group on this item. If you'd like to, go ahead. Yeah, if you'd like to. Actually, we're going to begin with some opening remarks by my colleague and co-author on this item, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre. Then we will go to the community presentation, and then we will have more time for board discussion. So
yes, and then public comment, and then we'll come back. Okay. All right, I just want to start by thanking you, Chair, for your partnership on this item. I also want to say that most people in this country will never know what it feels like to be afraid of the people who are supposed to protect you. To hear a knock on the door and freeze, to see a nice uniform and pull your child a little closer, to need help from a hospital, from the police, from your own government, and be too afraid to ask for it. I see what that fear does every day in the South Bay. It doesn't stay in one house. It empties clinic waiting rooms and church pews. Crimes go unreported because the victim is more afraid of the report than the crime. Kids miss school. A whole community learns to stay quiet and stay out of sight in its own country. And this fear didn't come from nowhere. In just 2 years, ICE removed more than 16,000 people from our region. Federal immigration agents have shot people at least 41 times and killed 11. Renee Good, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero, and Alex Prady, who was killed by CBP officers. Real people with real families who love them. The county has one job, and that above all others, which is to protect the people who live here, all of them. So yes, on paper, today's item ends 3 license agreements for 2 firing ranges. But this is about more than a $100,000 contract. It's about whether this county keeps lending its own property to the agencies our residents fear the most. The federal government can't terrorize our families all week and rent our firing range on the weekend. Now, federal officials answered this item with threats about the border. I represent San Isidro and Otay Mesa, the workers who cross every morning, the businesses that depend on that traffic, the families who live on both sides. Nobody has to tell me this border is what this border is worth. I know that very well. But this county can't close a single lane. Washington controls every one of them, and Washington is responsible for pulling thousands of its own officers off the border and out of our ports to run raids in American cities. The Trump administration has billions of dollars to keep lanes open, and if they're worried about staffing our ports, they can send these officers back to the border or provide the fund to do it. We don't answer fear with more fear, and we can't trade our values for a license fee. When fear forces a community into silence, the people they elected have a duty to speak, and that's what this item is about. So today, I want to reiterate my gratitude to the chair for bringing this item forward and to everyone who has spoken out on this and those who will. I will, at the end of public comment, present a list of all the other elected officials and groups and people who are in support of this item, but I want to hear from the public first. And that concludes my remarks for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now turn over to the public presentation from SDRIC. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We'll begin with the group presentation. You'll have 10 minutes to address the board. All 3 members of the group must be present. And all 3 members must speak during that 10 minutes. We'll ask you to please self-regulate your time with the timer on the podium. I'd like to invite forward the individuals, and as a reminder, each person in the group may speak for no more than 4 minutes. As you come forward, I'll ask you to please state your name before you begin your presentation. I'd like to invite forward Alondra Alvarez, Lillian Serrano, and Omar Abushman. If you could come to the podium and just state your name so I can verify that you're here.
Alondra Alvarez.
Great.
Lilian Serrano.
Okay.
And Omar Abushman.
Okay, wonderful. I'll begin your time if you want to start with your first speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. For the record, my name is Alondra Alvarez, and I am with Universidad Popular from North County, San Diego. And I want to ground us in what it means when we say people are living in fear. And so we are going to listen to what it sounds like when ICE abducts a father in Escondido. In this video, you will hear the cries of children. You will hear a woman say, "Look at my child, help me, we have no one else." And then you will hear a child cry out, "They are going to kill him." This is what immigration enforcement does to families. The terror that you hear in their sobs, in their pleas for help, that is what fear sounds like. Fear that she cannot protect her family because the breadwinner was taken, and fear that ICE will murder their father. Day after day, community members fill political chambers and beg that you understand what fear is doing to our neighbors. And I want you to hear these cries and these sobs and these pleas for help when people come up to this podium and talk about the fear that is breaking apart families in San Diego. Lots of us deliver food to the homes of families that have been living behind locked doors, people that will not seek medical care, report crimes, or interact with any form of government. People will call us in fear that ICE is on their street when in actuality it's police. ICE and CBP have collectively logged 3,350 hours at the county's Regional Firearms Training Center since 2024. If the county is serious about saying that immigrant families should not fear their local government, then county-owned and county-leased property cannot be used to train the federal immigration agencies driving that fear. when local government resources are muddled with those of an agency that is responsible for the sobs that you just heard, an agency that is responsible for the memorials and the vigils that we put up as community members. Community trust in government is broken, and so county safety is compromised. The county does not need to take responsibility for providing these federal agencies with resources that they should be operating. That is a responsibility that belongs to the federal government.
Good morning, my name is Lilian Serrano, and I'm the director of the Southern Border Communities Coalition, a network of organizations along the southern border that come together to advance human rights in our communities. As someone who grew up in the binational San Diego-Tijuana community, I know firsthand how interconnected our cities are. Many of us who all call San Diego home know that the borderlands are a place of encounter, opportunity, and hope. But the reality is that the current federal policies are undermining that reality. What we want is efficient border crossings that facilitate the movement of our communities and of our economy. For years, we have been demanding that the federal government invest in the infrastructure and resources necessary to address that very real concern for our border communities. But we need to be clear. The Department of Homeland Security is responsible for training and qualifying its own officers. If Customs and Border Protection, or DHS, needs a firearms training facility to meet the requirements of those officers, it is that agency that is responsible to create that facility. It's not the responsibility of San Diego County to fulfill the training needs of the federal law enforcement agency. This is especially true in a moment when Congress has provided DHS with extraordinary resources. More than $200 billion have been allocated by Congress to this mass deportation agenda. An agenda that, as we heard, is terrorizing our communities, tearing families apart, and creating mistrust with our own government. All of this happening here in San Diego County. Those unprecedented resources include billions for staffing, training, and improvement to CBP facilities. The federal government has both the responsibility and the resources to train its own officers. Yet, while our communities continue to experience long waiting times at the border, DHS has diverted CBP officers away from the ports of entry to support ICE enforcement operations across the country. Our region is experiencing the consequences of federal decisions that prioritize terrorizing families over responding to the very real needs of border communities. San Diego County should focus on protecting safe rights and dignity of those of us who call this region home. County resources should strengthen and protect our communities, not facilitate a federal deportation apparatus. We know that we can and must do better, and we welcome the federal government to engage in communications with border communities to really address our needs and not terrorize us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Omar Abusham, and I serve as the Programs and Outreach Coordinator for CARE San Diego, the Council on American Islamic Relations. Now, building on what my colleagues have shared, I want to focus on one question specifically. How should San Diego County use its own resources and property? Over the last several years, the county has taken deliberate steps to build trust with immigrant communities and to define the role the county government should play when it comes to federal immigration enforcement. One of the clearest examples is Policy L2. That policy limits the use of county agencies and county resources for federal immigration enforcement except in limited circumstances. This is important because the county recognized that residents should be able to access local services, interact with county employees, report their concerns, and seek help without fearing their local government, and that their local government is being used as an extension of the federal government and federal immigration enforcement. The county reinforced that commitment through clear ordinance, which established additional protections around federal immigration enforcement and including safeguards regarding access to non-public areas, while the county has also expanded Know Your Rights education and taken steps to strengthen health and safety oversight at the Otay Mesa Detention Center. So we commend you for that. However, these are not isolated actions. They reflect a broader commitment by the county to protect access to services, preserve community trust, and ensure that our county resources are being used to simply serve San Diego residents. And that is why these agreements with ICE and CBP matter. County facilities are public assets. They belong to the people of San Diego County. Their use should be consistent with the policies and values that this county has adopted. But these agreements were entered into many years ago without public deliberation by the Board of Supervisors. There was no public board vote. There was no meaningful opportunity for San Diego residents to weigh in on whether the county property should be used in this way. And for years, these agreements continued largely outside of public knowledge and public debate. So today, the public finally has an opportunity. The board now has the chance to determine whether continuing these agreements is consistent with the direction the county has already chosen, whether that's through policy L2, the clear ordinance, and the broader efforts to build trust with immigrant communities. We believe it is not. The county should not take steps to limit the use of its resources for federal immigration enforcement on one hand, while continuing to make county property available for that same purpose on the other. County resources should be focused on what they are intended for, serving San Diego residents, protecting our communities, protecting essential services, and maintaining the trust the county has worked to build. Today, the board has an opportunity to make the use of county property consistent with those commitments. We urge you to vote yes on the board letter, terminate those agreements, and end ICE and CBP's use of county facilities here in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak. We have 57 total requests to speak, 38 in person and 19 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 205 e-comments, 174 in support, and 21 in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 1 minute to address the board since there are 10 or more speakers on this item. And I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll be calling in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Sydney Aki, Cecilia Ambrosio, and Mike Borrello. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Sydney Aki, and I am the regional director, or the director of field operations for the region of San Diego and Imperial Valley. I want to comment on the potential impact that this will have on our operations at ports of entries. But before that, I'd like to clarify a couple of things here with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. One agency under 22 agencies within the Department of Homeland Security. Under CBP, we have 3 operational units: Office of Border Patrol, Office of Air and Marine, and Office of Field Operations. Our responsibility as a field operations is at our legal ports of entries: Airport, Seaport, San Ysidro, Otay, CBX, Tecate, Calexico, and Andrade. We focus on the economic engine, the commerce that's entering the United States. This referendum will impact the Office of Field Operations only. Our officers work and partner with the Sheriff's Department and the county to qualify our officers. Based on that, we...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up.
Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I say one?
No, I'm sorry. We really try to be fair to everyone who's here, and there is a strict time limit on comments. So thank you very much for being here. Sir, I really appreciate you being kind of in accordance with the meetings and the rules that apply equally to all people here today. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Desmond?
Can you ask him if he has the ability to stick around in case there's future questions that we
Absolutely.
need an expert?
Is that possible? Would you be able and willing to stick around until we get to the board discussion in case there are questions from my board colleagues?
I'll be happy to do so.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cecilia Ambrosio. I'm a supervising attorney for the immigration team at Legal Aid Society of San Diego. I'm here to support the board's action to end the use of county-owned and county-leased facilities by ICE and CBP. In my work, I regularly assist vulnerable individuals in applying for immigration relief, many of whom are victims of crimes. Many immigrants already hesitate to report crimes because of anti-immigrant rhetoric and fear that the police are a part of ICE. The county's use of shared facilities with ICE and CBP only exacerbates this misconception. That in turn affects and discourages immigrants from reporting crimes or cooperating with police investigations. As a result, public safety is weakened throughout our community. For these reasons, I urge you to support this action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Carol Stevenson, Pam, and Patricia Mondragon. If I've caught your name, please come forward.
To Mike Borrello. So we wouldn't be here today if, again, Joe Biden, and actually it goes back to Obama, hadn't opened the floodgates and just allowed mass illegal immigration into the United States. We wouldn't have to be dealing with this now, and then this administration gets blamed for violent actions. I think we should be guests. We should be kind guests to ICE and allow them to practice here. You want proficient shooters. You don't want them out of practice because it can hurt innocent people, right? Or shoot the wrong people. So we shouldn't be doing this. Plus, it's going to probably lead to cutting of more federal support for San Diego. And you're going to lose all your money that you want to bring in, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Carol Stevenson. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I live in District 4. And we all know what safety, real safety looks like. It's healthcare and childcare and nutrition services and housing and neighborhoods where people go about their lives in peace. And it's not the cruelty and violence that we are seeing perpetrated on our communities by ICE and CBP. And the county can promote real safety by ending the county facility use by ICE and CBP and continue to work to end all county entanglement with immigration enforcement.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pam, the Biden administration in this county created the chaos and environment of fear in which we live today, and now this county refuses to cooperate to deport convicted violent criminal illegal immigrants, leading to the escalated chaos ongoing in this county. Millions of illegal immigrants are not entitled to be here because they came in under Biden without any vetting. Oh, and they probably didn't get the COVID injection either. Deserve to be here or belong here. They are not San Diegans. They are given never expiring freebies by generous Americans. Interesting, the groups here that fight against ICE and CBP, you don't hear them with their fight and their energy to find the unaccompanied minor children that were stolen and purchased to come here into this country, and thousands in this county that were disappeared under your watch. Do not break these contracts.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Zenia Zamaripa, CK Calderon Vargas, and Greg Robinson. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. Patricia Mondragon with Alliance. We are with Alliance San Diego. I am a lifelong border resident. I know how important our ports are to our families, workers, and binational economy. We should not allow the federal government to hold our border communities hostage with threats of longer wait times. CBP staffing and training are federal responsibilities. ICE and CBP have access to extraordinary federal resources, more than $200 billion appropriated since 2025. Their combined budgets will have more than tripled since 2021, while funding for our local communities is being slashed. If border wait times are CBP's concern, stop diverting officers from our ports, fully staff, and operate our ports to capacity, get OTI 2.0 open, and provide federal facilities to train CBP officers like they do for Border Patrol agents at their McCain Road training facility. We can protect our binational economy and immigrant communities. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Members of the board, my name is Kena Samaripa, and I'm here today wearing two hats. First, on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, we do recognize the concerns that led to this proposal and have long supported comprehensive immigration reform and opposed aggressive enforcement practices that create fear and disrupt our communities. We were concerned about the unintended consequences, as CBP has indicated that this proposal will impact officer readiness and lane availability. 200,000 people cross our border every day for work, school, commerce, and to visit family. Border delays already cost our economy nearly $2 billion annually and disrupt integrated supply chains that support 95,000 regional jobs. My second hat is personal. I'm one of those cross-border workers, and for 20 years, I've spent countless hours on foot and in my car waiting in line. Today, I cut that down thanks to Sentry, a program born here in San Diego from the collaboration between community leaders and regional CBP authorities. We urge the board to remove CBP from this proposal and consider our cross-border workforce, students, and working families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Sique Calderon Vargas, a physician and director of Latina Services at the San Diego LGBT Community Center. Every week, I sit with LGBTQ+ immigrants who fled everything to survive, many because of who they are and who they love. As a doctor, I now watch them skip the care they need because seeking help feels like a risk. And on county land, these agencies rehearse how to fire their weapons, practicing to shoot at our people who could be our neighbors, our friends. These are our neighbors, trans women, asylum seekers, mothers, and fathers. They deserve a county that protects them, not one that arms the people they fled. Please vote yes on item 24. Gracias.
Before the next speaker begins, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Lori Johnson, Cesar Javier, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Dr. Greg Robinson. I currently serve as president of the County Board of Education. I'm here speaking for myself, however, my board hasn't taken a position on this. But I strongly support stopping use of ICE facilities on our county. And I do that out of concern for our kids, especially the children that the county educates. We educate the most vulnerable children in our community. We have foster youth, homeless youth. One of our schools educates solely young women. Amongst those young women, every single one, low income, all from communities of color, but a sizable proportion of that school, Haitian youth. I was at their graduation less than 2 months ago. We had to send our teachers, our staff, our counselors into the community to guarantee those parents, if they could get on campus, they could attend their children's graduation. We need to stop that kind of climate and fear. Thank you so much for the bravery of bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Johnson. I live in District 3, and I'm here today to urge the board to terminate the agreements allowing ICE and CBP to use San Diego County facilities for firearms training. First, I want to thank Supervisors Aguirre and Lawson-Remer for spearheading this effort. I appreciate their leadership in asking the county to take a hard look at how public resources are being used. Thank you. County-owned facilities should serve the people of San Diego County. Allowing federal immigration agencies to use those facilities for firearm training makes our county a resource for federal immigration enforcement and sends the wrong message to our immigrant neighbors. I also believe it erodes the trust of all San Diego County residents in their local government. Our county should be making decisions. Really? Finally, I want you to insist that Sheriff Martinez follow the laws and policies already adopted by San Diego and state of California. Those are not
Thank you. Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Patricia Serrano, Karina Pugh, and Lucky Aiden.
So, Tara, I was wondering if someone who was here undocumented illegally several times over and had already been deported broke into your house, into your eldest daughter's room, and raped her, would your mind be changed then? Or does it only matter if that person wasn't illegal that it happened to? And so, luckily for that 5-year-old who's now, maybe 7 or 8, will have to deal with that for the rest of her life, because you guys want to fund to protect that man and make sure that he doesn't get deported or, charged criminally, even though he has been. But, and then all of the unaccompanied alien children, I'm wondering why none of that ever bothered you guys, that they have been raped, their organs have been harvested, they're still missing, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Karina Pugh. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm speaking in support of this item, on behalf of the San Diego LGBT Community Center and in coalition with SDIRC. We're calling on you, our elected leaders, to terminate ICE and CBP's use of county facilities for firearms training. Thousands of San Diegans are living in terror as federal agents continue to rip their families apart and kill community members across our nation. The center has seen a significant increase in community members expressing their fear and how it is impacting their livelihood, their ability to safely go to work, and to just go about their everyday life. Here in San Diego County, you all have worked tirelessly to ensure that at the local level, our elected bodies work to protect our communities and ensure safety for all San Diegans. This means ensuring that taxpayer dollars given to the county are directed towards supporting our communities by investing in resources for legal services, healthcare services, and other life-saving services. Our county resources should reflect the values of the communities you all serve. Please vote yes on this item, and thank you, Supervisors Lawson, Reamer, and Aguirre for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: AJ Estrada, Arlene Newbarth, and Alejandra Mier y Terran. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Serrano, and I'm Community Health Worker Coordinator with PANA. I live in Escondido for many years. We have a long history collaborating with federal authorities. Citizens should be safe in their own communities. This is an issue of public trust and accountability. County property should be placed where the communities feel protected, no place to use and prepare federal immigration to spread fear to our neighbors, families, children, and co-workers. Federal agents are terrorizing our communities in San Diego. San Diego County facilities and resources should be used to support should be used to support federal immigration enforcement agencies that conflict with the communities that you commit to serve in this position that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Arlene. This is bigger than a firing range. Fascism advances because institutions accommodate it. Because somebody decides it's just a facility, it's just cooperation, it's just training, it's just one agreement. And every one of these decisions makes the next one easier. San Diego County does not have to volunteer its property, its infrastructure, and its institutional legitimacy to assist federal immigration enforcement that is violating our civil rights, and we should not. History rarely gives people a flashing sign that says, this is the moment you were supposed to say no. So vote yes on item 24. Do not hold the door open for fascism.
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Lawson Reamer, Supervisor Aguirre. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I'm a resident of District 1, and this board has already taken action making clear that we as residents should not fear our county government.
Can you please state your name?
AJ Estrada.
Thank you.
Allowing ICE and CBP to train at county facilities is at odds with this work. And for the last 2 years, this administration's chaotic approach to immigration enforcement has been fundamentally about sowing chaos and fear, disrupting our communities. It disrupts the ability of anyone to do business and reliable work within the County of San Diego and a binational region. Not just workers who are targeted, but every working person whose specific tasks or projects are derailed by disappearing coworkers, disappearing funding, and disappearing basic government functions. Every San Diegan who expects that work to come through pays the price. Active service members whose loved ones are detained pay the price. Fathers, mothers, husbands and wives, sons and daughters pay the price. Terminate these leases and give our families a bit of respite, a moment of relief. Let us be in secure knowledge that the county is advocating for us. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Demetrius Sanders, Isabel Duarte, and Gilberto Vera. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Alejandra Miriterana. I'm the Executive Director for the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the thousands of workers that cross the border every single day that their jobs will not allow them to be here, I am literally begging you not to play a part in increasing wait times at our ports of entry. These hardworking individuals are already waiting 2 to 4 hours every single day because they cannot afford a home or rent a house in San Diego County. These cross-border workers do not deserve this. And you can avoid this by not canceling specifically the CBP contract. You heard Director Aki. This will only impact officers that are manning our ports of entry. If you cancel the contract, this is what will happen. Wait times will soar. The western pedestrian crossing in San Isidro will close. We will have less lanes available. The San Diego economy will lose billions of dollars. Prices in San Diego County will soar because of the cargo delays. More importantly,
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, well actually good afternoon. Isabel Duarte, the Managing Attorney for the Immigration Team at the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. The Legal Aid Society provides critical legal services to San Diego County residents, including at county facilities such as the Southeastern Live Well Center, San Diego Superior Court sites, and the San Diego County Law Library. The presence of ICE at county facilities instills fear and mistrust in the most vulnerable San Diego populations that we serve, including survivors of domestic violence and trafficking victims, including trafficking minor victims, who may forgo our services and do forgo our services for fear of being harmed or detained by ICE. For this reason, we support ending the use of county facilities by ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Mike Mullins, Carmen Robledo, and Elise Dingman. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gil Vera. I'm the Director of the Housing Justice Collaborative at Legal Aid Society San Diego, and we're here to support the board's action to end contracts at county-owned and leased facilities with ICE and CPB. Legal Aid staffs 10 self-help clinics across the 4 San Diego Superior Courthouses, providing assistance in critical civil matters like evictions, elder and domestic abuse restraining orders, and conservatorships. In 2025 alone, we provided nearly 22,000 individuals with one-on-one assistance through these clinics. Although these courthouses are state-owned facilities, they're staffed by county sheriff's deputies. Many immigrants, regardless of their immigration status, are already reluctant to interact with law enforcement because of fear local authorities are connected with federal immigration enforcement. The current contracts only help reinforce that perception. As a result, we are concerned that immigrants who need access to vital court services like legal aid's clinics may avoid our courthouses out of fear. When litigants and witnesses are deterred from accessing the courts, the access to justice suffers for everyone. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mike Mullins, and I'm a resident of District 3. People will say if you do not allow ICE to use county shooting ranges that you are harming law enforcement. But ICE is not a law enforcement agency, or rather, ICE is a law enforcement agency the same way John Wayne Gacy was a clown, a convenient cover story, a way to disguise its process. Across the country, ICE agents have ignored the 4th Amendment of the Constitution, they've ignored the 5th Amendment right to due process, they've assaulted people for exercising their First Amendment rights and killed a man for exercising his second. They have gleefully abused the people of this country and made a mockery of the rule of law. After an agent shot activist Miramar Martinez in Chicago, the chief emailed him a congratulations. I'd like to read what that agent who shot her texted to his colleagues. I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys. That's ICE. Thankfully, the agent who tried to kill her was unsuccessful. That's the only reason we have those messages.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Carmen Robledo, and I'm a home care provider and a proud UDW member in San Diego County. Every day, I care for recipients who depend on me to keep them safe. And the work has taught me how important it is to have trust in our communities. I'm here today because families in San Diego should never feel intimidated or afraid in the places where they live in their everyday lives. Whether it's going to school, picking up groceries, or simply walking outside, people deserve to feel secure in their own neighborhoods. They still carry trauma from the raids, however, and the detentions, and the fear that any knock on the door could tear their family apart. Allowing ICE and CPB to use county facilities for firearms trainings is harmful. Item 24 is your chance to send a different message. The one that says San Diego County will not be complicit in traumatizing families. The one that says you understand the lived reality of immigrant communities. The one that says county resources should be used. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Anthony Ralphs, Serena Pelka, and Pete Borum. If I've called your name, please come forward.
I'm Ella Stigman. I'm from District 3. We know what ICE does with their guns. They use them not to enforce laws, but to shoot people for the crimes of speaking Spanish, having brown skin, protesting, being anyone that they don't like, being rude to them. Why should we let them use our facilities to get better at terrorizing our communities? The problem is not that ICE doesn't know how to aim, it's that they're picking people and deciding to aim at them. Thanks for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Serena Pelka. I'm speaking on behalf of Climate Action Campaign in strong support of this item and ending county facilities use by ICE and CBP for firearms training. County-owned land, including the Miramar Training Facility and the San Diego Regional Firearms Training Center, should serve our residents, not federal immigration enforcement operations that spread fear in our communities. Local resources and local land should build local trust, not undermine it. Terminating these license agreements is a straightforward, common sense step to keep county facilities focused on serving county residents and keeping San Diego families safe. We urge your support on this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Anthony Ralphs. I'm the Vice Chair of the Boulevard Planning Group. Boulevard is a town that is in your district, Joel Anderson. We neighbor Hucumba Hot Springs, and in my short time, 15 years of living there, I've worked at the Hucumba Hot Springs Hotel. I've also been their resident DJ, but the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I know from my firsthand personal lived experience that all of the money that we're putting into Border Patrol is absolutely futile because there are lava tubes and tunnels underneath Hucumba, and there will always be illegal immigrants that can get in through those lava tubes and tunnels because those lava tubes and tunnels can't be blown up because there's active volcanoes in Hucumba in that region. So as long as there's lava tubes and tunnels, all this money that we're spending putting up a big wall is completely futile. There's also tunnels that are constantly being found in Otay Mesa. Also, I want to remind everyone, this country was built by illegal immigrants. Pilgrims were illegal immigrants. They were seeking religious persecution in England. They arrived in a nation that already had laws, God's laws. Those include thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not kill.
Thank you. Your time is up. And recalling Pete. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. I'll call the next 3 speakers, Melanie Bennett, Caleb Rainey, and Sierna Kidwell.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Melanie Bennett, and this sign is getting a lot of use. I'm with Activate San Diego. It's one of the many, 27 or more now, indivisible chapters, groups that are standing up, standing firm for immigrants. Immigrants and brown people and black people, soon white people, that are being targeted by ICE. So please, thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for standing strong. Thank you for being there for your community and standing against ICE and the immoral things that they're doing, immoral. And thank you so much for supporting number 24. A yes on that. You've heard a lot of people speak on this. So important. We need strong people standing up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Caleb Rainey. I'm a resident of District 1. Under the leadership of this board, recent policies like the CLEAR ordinance have been adopted, whose aim has been to make San Diego residents feel safe, interacting with our local government, whether we are reporting a crime, seeking medical care using county services, or sending our children to school. The trust that these policies are meant to engender among San Diego residents is fragile. When county facilities are used to train federal immigration enforcement officers in the use of firearms, a very different message is sent to all of us who call San Diego home. In light of this, and in order to maintain this hard-earned trust, I respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to terminate the county's firearms agreements with ICE and CPP.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call 3 additional speakers. Julie Diaz-Martinez, Jessica Amanoff, and speaker requests that just list Admiral. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Julie Diaz-Martinez. I am the team leader for the Immigrant Justice Group in Indivisible, Fallbrook. I am in North County, where our community and residents live in fear of the daily ICE and CBP checkpoint raids. First off, thank you so much to Chair Tara Lassa-Remer and Chair Pro Tem Paloma Aguirre. I deeply appreciate you bringing this forward to the county. We need to understand that county-owned property should never be used to equip and/or train federal agents conducting mass immigration raids that create fear and separate families. And firearm training falls under this category. We should never allow immigration enforcement use of any county facilities, as per CLEAR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Amanoff. I'm an attorney, I'm a parent, and I'm part of a boots on the ground organization in Point Loma that has been formed to help our immigrant neighbors. I would like to use my time to talk to our conservative board members and tell you about Vicki. Vicki was a high-tech high senior when we met her, a US citizen, an AB student, and was accepted to UC Merced. She was raised by her single-parent dad, who consistently worked as a cook and supported his daughter, paid rent, paid for their car, paid taxes. He was here legally with no criminal history, but was terrified to go to his routine immigration check-in and was deported the same day. Vicki was left parentless. Our Point Loma community gathered together, paid for her prom tickets and dress, graduation cap and gown. We also helped transfer her father's car into her name and deliver groceries. Even all this wasn't enough. Her grades dropped, her mental health suffered, and her successful story came.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm in support of DHS using state facilities and training.
Can you please state your name?
My name's Admiral.
Thank you.
I served in the Navy for 15 honorable years. So I'm in support of DHS. I'm a Navy veteran from Chula Vista. I've served for 15 honorable years. I spent all those years defending those back home. That's all you people. I'm not in fear of Border Patrol or Homeland Security. Those are my brothers and sisters. SDPD is out here with sexual assault charges. SDPD is terrorizing our citizens with excessive force, and this is true. Who is protecting San Diegans against excessive force? Hello? Jail facilities and women's jails are poorly maintained. The supervisor's opinion on this is garbage. The supervisor is ignorant, and IB is at an all-time stink level of unprecedented toxicity. There's no fear. Who's sobbing? Really? I'm not sobbing. How about y'all be quiet about that?
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person. Jorge Goy Tortua, Joaquin Lucan, Ryan Wopner, and Shak Roque. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Sonara Velasquez, and I'm speaking in favor of this item. If we look at the negative versus positive that ICE has had in our community since in the latest iteration of ICE, we can see that it's been very negative. Tourism has been severely affected because of ICE actions. Our schools have been severely affected because of ICE actions. Our construction industry and many other industries have been severely affected because of ICE actions. And most importantly, the well-being of residents of our communities has been very negatively impacted with families that have been divided and separated by ICE. So because this group, this federal department, has caused a net negative impact to San Diego County, the rational thing to do would be not to take actions that would support this agency. If an agency is doing things against San Diego County, it is the duty to rein in this agency any way we can and by not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Jorge Goiturtu. I'm the CEO of Cross Border Express. The most important port of entry of international air travel is for our county and the largest between California and Mexico. 75% of our users are actually U.S. and permanent residents. As has been said, CBP, Homeland Security has many agencies, ICE, Border Patrol, and Border Protection. The officers in blue, represented by Mr. Aki, are in charge of all port of entry. In order to process legitimate travelers, including the daily commuters, CBP officers required to have a quarterly shooting range training. Lack of facilities for training will immediately impact staffing in all port of entries, as the agents without such training cannot process thousands of daily crosses, including those who enter by San Diego Airport. I assure you that we are empathetic of what you're trying to achieve. We respectfully encourage you, the board, to further analyze this and find a feasible solution. Tourism, trade, commerce, hospitality, and the whole working community will be substantially impacted if this proposal is approved today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Joaquin Lucan, and I'm the Executive Director for the Smart Border Coalition. I'd like to urge this board to please, let's get something very crystal clear. CBP's Office of Field Operations performs a very distinct mission. These are the officers staffing our ports of entry, processing approximately 150,000 legitimate travelers every day, including students and a binational workforce supporting healthcare, construction, hospitality, trade, and other critical San Diego industries. Something that has not been said today. They also protect our communities. In fiscal year 2025, the San Diego field office seized nearly 100,000 pounds of illegal narcotics from our ports of entry. This proposal does not simply affect where officers train. It can affect how many qualified officers are available to staff passenger and cargo operations. We respectfully urge you to reconsider item 24 and work directly with local CBP leadership on an alternative solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Ryan Vempner. Let's see. I'm here to speak in support of item 24. The people of San Diego are sick and tired of incels committing ethnocide. They are unhinged, they are dangerous, they have caused fear and terror throughout our entire nation, and we actually do not want them to train to brutalize San Diegans here in our facility, so I urge the board to please support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Shirak Sadat Nejat. I reside in 92111. For what it's worth, I've been locked up in the federal facility down the street on State Avenue, and also the facility by the Mexico border. And I've been intercepted by ICE, and I can honestly say that I did not see or experience any violence from them. No, not even insults or anything of that nature. I think supporting the federal government is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to do a final call for Demetrius Sanders, Pete Borum, Lucky Aiden, and Cesar Javier. Not seeing those individuals in the chamber, we'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance, when it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. We'll begin with our first caller.
Paul LeBold. I believe the problems ICE and BPS are having with firearms stem from a lack of proper training, which we at the county level should be helping to provide. Excuse me, helping to provide, not trying to restrict. You stress fear. Fear is everywhere these days, from arbitrary government actions to AI spying on us, foreign actors hacking us, or even quasi-government people scamming us. There have been cases, a lot of them. But now, I guess you would rather have us fear the gangs, the criminals, the terrorists who get into this country and could shoot us or scam us, rather than the people who could shoot us and deport us. And the people who control our borders should not be deported.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Janine Rivera. I'm a member of SURGE, or Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I urge the board to terminate the agreements allowing ICE and CBP to use San Diego County facilities for firearms training. ICE is not making our community safer. They're killing and locking up innocent people. Trump said only the worst of the worst would be detained. But he has lied. Innocent people, some citizens even, are being harshly hunted and detained. I want ICE out. These are county facilities supported by county taxpayers. How they are used should reflect the policies and values established by our elected Board of Supervisors and the community. These agreements were entered into without consideration or public deliberation by the Board of Supervisors. County resources should serve county priorities, supporting and keeping its community safe. Decisions about using public facilities to...
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Gladys Valgadillo. I grew up in Escondido and I live here now. I'm in strong support of Supervisor Lawson Remer and Supervisor Aguirre's plan to end lease agreements with ICE. I will always remember being in school and learning that my friends' parents were being taken away during the Bush ICE raids. My community has always recognized ICE as a threat to our families, and the Trump administration has made that threat more severe. Last year, over half of those arrested by ICE in San Diego and Imperial counties had no criminal histories. Nearly 3,000 neighbors taken for doing no harm. The way ICE operates is antithetical to our values as San Diegans, and I support all efforts to cease working with them, including by not leasing county property to them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Okay, Consuelo here, and yeah, I agree. The county property should be used for county residents only. And Paloma you mentioned something along the lines of Washington ruling things here. Yep, just like globalists rule over you and them. It's its own game, blame game, where in reality both sides play on the same team, demonstrating to the people in the bleachers the illusion of sides. when in actuality, there are no sides, only divide and conquer. As long as you all keep picking a side, you will continue to be a slave to their system, a system that keeps you struggling, barely surviving, and believing that you are free. Reminder, you weren't born to just be slaves to a government and die. Wake up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Yes, my name is Mary Best. I'm with Sing for Change. I want to thank Lawson Reamer and Supervisor Aguirre for bringing this issue. Full support for canceling contracts of ICE and CPB. Our community is not safer. To the contrary, it creates an atmosphere of fear for our neighbors who are not criminals. They're going to work, taking their children. But most importantly, it creates long-lasting trauma, especially for our children who experience separation from their parents and family and instability in their mental and emotional health. Thank you so much. We all deserve to be treated with respect and dignity as human beings. Thank you so much for bringing this before the board. Fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning. My name is Laura Hunter. I'm a 30-year resident of Escondido, and I would like to add my strong support for ending use of county facilities by ICE and Border Patrol. As you heard, under this current administration, these agencies are acting in a completely rogue way in our communities. We need your leadership on this. We have the same situation here in Escondido. An administrative action with no elected or public oversight allowed ICE to use our firing range. We need to resist this. We must collectively say no. We will not support this in our county. Now, if we don't resist it, it's going to get worse. Now they're dedicating millions for electric shock gloves, and they've let funding lapse for legal representation for migrant children. It's unconscionable and unsupportable. Thank you so much to Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Aguirre on this. Please do not facilitate ICE presence in our county in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hey, NGO cartel racers who fear losing your modern-day slave trade, it's the real Guerrero truth. There have been 41 shootings with 11 fatalities because nut jobs like Tara and Manny have agitated for violence by showing up to communist events at federal buildings. Manny herself has called ICE terrorists, which is violent rhetoric. She should be federally charged. Tara admits that the agreements do not violate the county's L2 policy, but she's the political theater queen. Fascist Tara also whines that the county made a backroom admin deal. Well, isn't that what she and Monica did with the Center on Policy Initiatives, J.C. Cooper, SM3, Ironwood, Rotten Strike, and even with our Special Events Trust Fund, you serial hypocrite? Including the blowback sale of the OTI facility, there will be millions of less tax dollars for San Diego County because Tara and Manny only accept federal blood money, which means allowing an illegal alien invasion. 16,000 criminal aliens deported isn't nearly enough. We need to keep bringing down housing and health care costs.
If people are not supposed to be in this country, they should be deported. They should be deported. Deported.
Deported.
Ah, what a fascist. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
I want to remind everyone, and this is a perfect example to go ahead and remind everyone, that the Registrar of Voters supports non-citizens voting into the elections, willing to go ahead and block anyone trying to stop them from doing that. As indication that we might as well go ahead and remove the Border Patrol, right? Look, we don't need any of that because, you know, for what, the last 6-7 years, we've been on the top of the move out cities, and we have more and more voters every single year. I wonder where they're coming from. Probably non-citizens voting for these measures. And apparently the people don't give a shit. They support it because they don't want to go ahead and talk about it. They don't want to go ahead and stop Sean Brom from allowing non-citizens to vote in our elections and saying it is certifiable.
For the record, that speaker is Gambler Hermes. We'll hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Jesse with Alliance San Diego. I'm speaking today in strong support of item 24. This federal administration has spent the last 18 months turning local municipal budgets into a bloodbath of scarce resources left for our communities. This county, my neighbors, our family, is not here to subsidize the lawlessness of federal agents executing our community members in broad daylight. We should be furious that the federal budget came at the helm of our communities, and now we're being asked to subsidize those very dollars taken from us. Maybe if this administration focused less on siphoning hardworking taxpayer dollars for illegal wars and golden laden ballrooms, his chief Border Patrol agent would not be throwing a tantrum filled with threats made at our community. It is not our opponents on the other side who are called to witness and document the terror being unleashed among our very community members. They are not asking if those very binational students and workers are returning home every day to their families. A firearms training facility is not what advances economic mobility, and those who believe that should not be the ones leading.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
My name is Dave Myers, 35 years in law enforcement, retired as a commander from the sheriff's office. I've been in every gun range this sheriff's office has ever used, qualified with every weapon we carry, tested under pressure more times than I can count. In all that time, I've never asked another agency to stay off a range. Why? Because every agency I work with responded to bad shootings the same way. More training, more oversight, not less. But since 2024, DSH, federal immigration agencies have done the opposite. They've cut training, cut firearm standards, cut accountability. And then we're told about their conduct that doesn't matter what we watched on video. Supervisor Desmond, you're running for Congress. You flew planes full of people who trusted you because you trained constantly under standards that never dropped. If your co-pilot's training just got slashed, would you fly with them? Would you let your family fly with them?
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Consuelo Martinez. I am a resident of Escondido, District 5, and I'm also a councilwoman for the Escondido City Council. I'm calling to strongly support this item. I want to thank Supervisors Tara Lawson-Remer and Paloma Aguirre. In my city of Escondido, we have the same issue with DHS using our firing range, something that I do not support. For decades, I have worked with immigrant families. I currently represent District 1, a majority Latino city and a majority Latino and immigrant district. And every day I hear horrible stories of families impacted by ICE and Border Patrol. And as local leaders and policymakers, we have the responsibility to make sure that taxpayer-funded facilities and public assets are not contributing to an immigration enforcement system that is inflicting fear and cruelty in our communities. I commend the county for taking action today, and while we might not be able to control federal immigration policy, we absolutely have a say in how our local public resources.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi, Natalie Ashke here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
When it comes to, yes, the county shouldn't be allowing the federal government to be trained within this county. But the fact of the matter is that they now have gloves. I haven't heard anybody speak about this yet. They have gloves that officers can wear that electrically shock whoever they may be taking down. So they don't need training on gunfire. As soon as they grab them with these gloves, they will be electric shocked. I haven't heard one person talk about these gloves yet. And though it's out in, the information's out there, we need to start really doing our research and be diligent on everything that's happening among the humanity and what's happening in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hear from the final caller.
Hi, my name is Ted Womack, and I'm a District 4 resident, and I'm speaking in support of the item today to end the contracts. San Diego has done a lot of work as far as SB 34 and 54 with ensuring low to minimal contact with border agencies and local law enforcement agencies. And I think ending those contracts would just continue along that trend and trying to keep communities safe and making sure that there's minimal contact and minimal, crossover between those two entities. With the huge amount of resources that have just been allocated to the border agencies, I feel like they should be able to provide their own facilities to train in and be able to make sure that their officers are trained up to par to be able to perform in our communities, which they haven't been doing very well, apparently. So I hope that you all can definitely end these contracts and they can find a way to be able to fund themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate everyone being here to participate in this important conversation. I also appreciate our folks from CPB sticking around at the request of Supervisor Anderson. I'm just going to begin with a couple of comments and then turn the floor over to my colleague, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, and then we'll have an opportunity for board conversation. I'm very proud to bring this item forward today with Chair Pro Tem Aguirre. In a fundamental way, this comes down to a very simple question, which is what role should San Diego County play and how should San Diego County taxpayer resources be used? For the last what is it now, nearly 2 years, we have been fighting very hard to protect transparency, accountability, due process, and public safety here in San Diego County, even if it's as the safety and well-being of our residents has become under increasing attack from a very reckless and irresponsible policy from the Trump administration. This action today does not stop federal law enforcement from doing its job, but those actions are fundamentally federal responsibilities. And unfortunately, those responsibilities have been carried out in a way that has been incredibly harmful, incredibly reckless, and incredibly destructive of our community here in San Diego County. The federal government has received an unprecedented amount of new funding for immigration enforcement. CBP received approximately $64.7 billion in supplemental funding, which includes $4 billion, actually $4.1 billion, to hire and train additional personnel, and $5 billion for CBP facilities at checkpoints, construction, acquisition, improvements, and more. It boggles the mind to think that a $110,000 contract at a county training facility could be the linchpin for a multi-billion-dollar cross-border operation. That seems to me to be a distraction from the real issue at stake here, which is that it is immoral and unconscionable for us to support the training of individuals who are using county facilities to shoot and to train to shoot unarmed civilians who are in fear of their lives here in San Diego County and across our country. And I think the very core bottom line is that we've seen too many people dying at the hands of armed ICE agents, and I do not believe that we at the county should be complicit. I do want to reiterate that I strongly support cross-border trade and cross-border commerce. It's incredibly vital for the economic health of our region here in San Diego County, but also I think really important for our community and the fabric of our community, the binational character of our community. One of the things that I think makes San Diego so special is that we really are a binational community, and there's really no one better to speak about that than my colleague on the board here today, who embodies that ethos and that spirit of a binational community here in San Diego County. My partner on this project, Supervisor Aguirre. That's not what this is about. This item is really very, very narrowly about making sure that we are not collaborating with the misuse of armed enforcement and law enforcement by the federal government, which I think has proven that they cannot be trusted under this Trump administration to keep us safe. So with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague. Thank you. And I'm happy to move the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to second. And just, I want to add to your comments, indeed, ICE and CBP has received $152 billion in unobligated funds available as of mid-2026. Now, I know that there's concerns about cross-border trade, but let me remind those of you who spoke in this regard that the Trump administration itself closed San Isidro for roughly 5 hours in 2018, which we all can remember, and we had an estimated loss of $5.3 million in lost retail sales because of that closure. The lines at the border are not caused by a firing range. Just last weekend, the wait times were 8 hours at any regular lane. So there's more than enough resources for CBP, for ports of entry, to open all the available physical lanes that are already in place to ensure that our cross-border economy continues to thrive. So it is not being caused by our decision that we will be considering today regarding a firing range. Now, I also want to just add that we receive 18 letters in support of this item, and we have the support of Imperial Beach Council Member Matthew Leyva Gonzalez, Chula Vista Council Member Jose Preciado, Chula Vista Deputy Mayor Cesar Fernandez, Chula Vista Council Member Michael Nzunza, as you heard, Escondido Council Member Consuelo Martinez, National City Council Member Jose Rodriguez, the entire Southwestern College Board of Trustees, including its president, Chris Galicia Brown, Congress Member Juan Vargas, and Congress Member Scott Peters, who have written statements of support, and I will read them into the record at this time. Statement from Representative Juan Vargas. ICE has murdered innocent people, kidnapped our neighbors, and terrorized our communities. Time and time again, they have escalated violence and denied people their constitutional rights. This agency is out of control. We must continue to fight the dignity, safety, and humanity of our immigrant families here at home and across the country. Our local public resources and facilities exist to build trust, keep families safe, and strengthen our communities, not to enable federal immigration enforcement practices that spread fear across San Diego County. Allowing federal immigration enforcement agencies to utilize county-operated facilities for firearms training sends the wrong message. I commend Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Aguirre and the Board of Supervisors' efforts to push back on ICE and reinforce our shared commitment to a safe, welcoming region for all, end quote. From Congressman Scott Peters. I support the proposal to ban ICE and CBP from using county facilities for firearms training. Our CBP officers do valuable work facilitating commerce and inspecting cargo, and I fully support having more of them at our border crossings. It's a tragedy that the Trump administration has dragged CBP officers away from their jobs at the border to join ICE agents who are terrorizing our neighbors and neighborhoods. We would never accept this kind of unnecessary use of force from local enforcement. I fully understand the county's reluctance to support it. ICE needs more training, the kind that leads to de-escalation, transparency, and public safety. That's why I introduced the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act, which has broad support. I'll keep fighting to make it into law. The Department of Homeland Security is currently better funded than the United States Marines. Let that sink in for a minute. They can get their certifications anywhere without closing lanes at the port, end of quote. And I'll pause there, Madam Chair, because I would love to hear my colleagues' comments before making closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, turn the floor over to Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everybody who spoke today, and thank you to our Border Patrol agents that are here today as well. You know, a few years ago, we had millions of people, tens of millions of people coming across the border, unvetted. Even if 0.5% of those people coming across the border meant us harm, 0.5%. If it was 1 million, that'd be 5,000 people. It was more like 10 million, which is like 50,000 people. That's what ICE is for. ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And because we had so many people overwhelm our borders, unvetted, coming across, is why so much more funding is going to ICE and going to Border Patrol agents. Because of that, that's what really caused all of this to happen. So now we're kind of reeling with the consequences of that. And yes, I'll admit, ICE has overreached and overstepped. But how do you fix that? You fix it with more training. You fix it with more, how to deal with them, with training on how to handle the situations that they've been put in. That's how you do it. One of the things we've learned in the past years in 9/11, the 9/11 report came out, and the lessons learned from that was law enforcement agencies weren't working together. The CIA had a little bit of information, the FBI had a little bit, local authorities had a little bit of information, but they weren't working together. They should have been working together to keep us safer. Same thing here in 2003, 2007, we had the huge fires. Not to say that it's not going to happen again, but we learned from those lessons. Our fire departments and different agencies out in the unincorporated areas weren't working together. They weren't being trained together. They weren't using the same radios. They needed to collaborate and work together. And I think law enforcement keeps us safer when law enforcement agencies are working together. We shouldn't be siloing them and said, no, you can't train here with us. You have to go train by yourself. I think that's detrimental to the safety of the San Diego region. And by changing their training center, it's really not going to change anything in their tactics or what they're doing. It's just causing people to travel farther to get the training that they need. I mean, they don't have time, to even build a facility here locally that's just for the federal government. That's going to take years to do. Our sheriff's training centers are utilized by a variety of local and federal law enforcement agencies. In fact, both of our facilities are possible through partnerships that we have with the federal government to keep us safer. Our facilities are not just shooting ranges. It's not just guns. They also have classrooms. They have simulation rooms. They have tactic trainings to how to de-escalate, which I think would be helpful if in some situations, especially the ones that are televised, de-escalating. And those are the types of training that I think ICE and other agencies could use. Our law enforcement agencies should be working and training together, not in isolation. And no matter what you think about ICE, I think you all agree that training and more training is more efficient than isolation or lack of training or making it harder to get to. And I'm disheartened that the Customs and Border Patrol Department is being dragged into this as well. They handle the border. They are required to complete firearms training on a recurring basis as part of their job. They use our OTI facility primarily. That's conveniently located near the ports of entry where they do most of their work. If we block access to them, to these officers, they're going to have to travel out of town for firearm training, potentially to Camp Pendleton, which is probably an hour away, depending on traffic, hour and a half maybe, 2 hours or 3 hours round trip, that they're off a workstation. And these are hours of them unable to do their jobs. They protect our borders. They process hundreds of thousands of people and vehicles and trucks and cargo through our ports of entry every day. They're our first line of defense against drug and human trafficking as well. We see that happening. If we don't have the proper people at the borders, if they're having to travel to get requalified, that's just taking people off the jobs. And I think this is going to disrupt and delay essential cross-border commerce. It's going to result in increased waiting times at San Ysidro, Otay, Mesa, Tecate, CBX. CBX, that's the cross-border terminal that many U.S. citizens use. If you want a flight out of to go further than San Diego is able to go, out of San Diego, you want to fly out of Tijuana, it's a cross-border terminal. And Border Patrol agents are the ones there that check to make sure when you're coming back and forth across that border. So they may have to close a lane down there, disrupting travel back and forth. And I don't really think this fight against ICE really should have these types of consequences. So, I've heard, a lot of good things about that Border Patrol or the CBX crossing, and I'd hate to see that negatively infected. So this is going to have lane closures. I mean, if we stop letting ICE use our facilities next month, they're not going to have a place for a couple of years to do that. It's going to lead to cars and trucks idling longer, and we already have bad air quality at the border, and this is just going to add to that. So regardless of where you stand on ICE, I believe we can all agree that more training and more training is better than less and harder to get training. ICE needs training, absolutely. Let them train in a place where they can learn how to de-escalate a situation. That's the training that I think we'd all like to see, and that should be done with other law enforcement agencies. So I think this item is dangerous and is going to make San Diego County less safe and have delays at the border. And I want to thank you once again to our Border Patrol folks. And I'm trying to be reasonable here, but I don't think this is the answer. Or it's going to have much effect on ICE and ICE tactics. I think they need better training, and I'd like to see that happen instead of kicking them out of San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Desmond. Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you. I will be brief. I want to start by thanking you, Chair Lawson-Remer, and also Chair Pro Tem McGinnis for bringing this item forward. I also want to thank the members of the public who have come to comment on the item. I think we've made it clear, the majority of this body has made it very clear through policy its intent for the County of San Diego to cease cooperation and partnership with federal immigration enforcement agents. This action helps further shore up that intent. And federal immigration enforcement agents have harmed our communities in many different ways. Here locally and throughout the nation. And what I'm getting from this and why I will be supporting it is that we just don't want to be complicit in that. And we will continue to stand up to those who are committing these types of harms and will not allow our facilities to be a part of it. And so with that, I do support this item. And again, I thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, turn the floor back over to Supervisor Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I want to mention that I do agree with Supervisor Desmond. We want to make sure that our local law enforcement is supported and that they are proficient in de-escalating and continuing to build community trust through initiatives, specifically with our sheriff, our district attorney, our local FBI. I will mention that CBP and ICE have extensive alternative options. They will not have to leave the county. U.S. Border Patrol San Diego Firing Range, which is located at 2301 McCain Road, which is just down the street, with a $2 million funding and forecasted funding for 2026 for facility improvements. They also have access to Escondido Police Department Range, currently has an agreement allowing up to 200 ICE agents to train. Naval Air Station North Island Small Arms Range, which explicitly accommodates law enforcement agencies. And there's also the ability for access to commercial facilities. CBP's Office of Field Operations regularly procures commercial range space for officer qualifications. Thank you.
Supervisor Anderson.
I have a few questions, and I'm not sure who's best to answer them. Of my colleagues, was there stakeholder meetings to draw people together on how it would impact them? And if so, what types of people were what types of stakeholders were invited?
We had stakeholder meetings. I'm sure my colleague did as well. If you want to share, yeah, we had lots of different kinds of stakeholder meetings. So all sorts of people were invited.
Like we heard a couple people come up and say that it's going to impact them directly, cross-border travel and port of entry type issues. Did you address any of those folks that maybe have trucking firms or live on one side of the border and have to come to work on the other side of the border, or like, you know, maybe the hospitality folks?
We spoke with quite a number of people. I think at the end of the day, none of us actually believe that a $100,000 contract with the county on this particular issue is the linchpin on massive border waits that have been already caused and created by the Trump administration. Happy to see if my colleague has anything to add on that. Yeah, so you know, we are very committed to cross-border commerce. I know I am. That's been a priority of mine for decades, and it's really important to have that kind of integration in this region. I think the question just is, you know, what is the county's role in training people to shoot other people? And this does not seem like an appropriate use of county facilities.
And I'll just, I forgot, there was ample outreach to all the stakeholders, Supervisor Anderson. We always do our due diligence. I forgot to mention in the list of support and all the elected officials that support this item, I failed to mention that there was a petition circulated that was signed by over 1,000 people of our constituents and stakeholders. Thank you.
I'm glad I gave you that opportunity.
Thank you.
So we had a speaker earlier who started to address what I think they were forecasting what negative impacts this would have. And if they're still here, would it be appropriate to bring them back? I don't know if they're appropriately called an agent or an officer, or do we have an in-house expert that can speak to?
You're welcome to bring the CBP officer back if you have questions for him.
Thank you very much. And the name is Sydney Key. So,
yeah, for my purposes?
Yeah, really quick.
Should I refer to you as officer or agent?
Officer.
Okay, because I want to be respectful. So you started to touch on this, and I was concerned about it. So if we move forward with these actions, will there be a negative impact on our cross-border workforce, students, tourism, trade? And is it just the Mexican border, or does it also involve the port of the water,
yes,
port, and the airport?
Yes.
So if you could address all those, I would really appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it very much, sir. With regards to the San Diego field office, we are the busiest field office in the nation. Ideally, what happens every day is our officers working to assist with the movement of cross-border travel. 225,000 people cross every single day, 90,000 passenger vehicles, 50,000 pedestrians, over 5,500 trucks worth $174 million every day of merchandise coming to our communities here. And that's just at the border. At our airports and seaports, over $18 million worth of cargo coming from our vessels, cargo vessels coming to the United States daily. We have air cargo. We have international flights, 7 to 8 international flights with over 3,500 individuals crossing, to include Carnival, Disney cruises entering our ports of entry. All this will be impacted, and Supervisor Desmond stated perfectly, is the fact that we have limited opportunities here with regards to qualifying our officers. Paloma indicates that we could do it at commercial facilities. We have exhausted all the commercial facilities. They have closed down. Border Patrol is only viable for their particular personnel. They can't sustain having us there. We have more than, or close to 2,000 officers here. So if we could have participated there, we would have done so a long time ago. With regards to the other ranges you mentioned, they're all basically too small to handle the largest of what we have here. The movement to Camp Pendleton or any other location outside of the region will have significant impacts, why our training days will now be extended from just 1 day to 2 or 3 days, and now officers will be pulled off our operations to actually conduct appropriate training and the training that's required. All of this is being impacted because of, first of all, I also want to state that the county and the sheriffs does not train us. We just use the facility. We have our own trainers. We have our own individuals that actually qualify our officers. All the use is basically of the land and the firearms usage. With regards to painting a broad brush of all of us here, our main focus, our job at U.S. Customs and Border Protection as CBP officers, we are at the ports of entry. We are there helping, assisting, and bringing legal, lawful trade into the United States. And the same token, preventing fentanyl, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, everything from coming across the borders. We are preventing human smuggling that's turning into human trafficking into our nation. We're preventing all of those things there, and nobody sees that. And the impact that it will have with regards to what happens when we can't qualify will have a domino effect. Yes, we will try our best. Yes, we have maybe some appropriations that we can seek to look for a different range, but that will take time. This immediacy in which we are now saying, hey, from this point on, you cannot use the range, that will put us in a significant harm's way. And that is what I'm trying to kind of elicit to each and every one of you to do the right thing. We're not trying to attack families no. We live in the communities that you do as well. We support basically all our immigrant families here, all lawfully, to be able to be in the United States, the statuses, and so on. We focus on the admissibility of individuals coming to the United States. If they have proper documents, by all means, they can come into the United States. We are professional, we are respectful law enforcement agency trying to do our job. And going back to Supervisor Desmond, it's better that we train together. State, local, federal, all working together is more comprehensive, more cohesive with regards to preventing threats. We can talk to one another, de-escalate situations. All those things come into play when we work together. When we are separated, we can't use county this, we can't use this, we can't use this. What it does, it creates chasms amongst all of us, and now it creates even stovepiping, not sharing information, not trust, no synergy and no partnership working together. All I ask is that we consider this, maybe delay this until we can find something to qualify our officers, continue the partnership, continue the teamwork that we have in play with all our state and local and federal entities, and allow us to find a solution to fix this before this creates a significant impact to the border. Alejandra from CBX to everyone, they are very on point with regards to the impact that it will have if and when we start pulling officers away. Paloma indicated, oh, there's 8-hour wait. Imagine, and that was 30 out of the 34 lanes. Imagine if that goes down to 20, 10, and what the impact will be. You talk about monies and so on. It's not necessarily about monies. It's also about personnel. We are ramping up our recruiting efforts to ensure that we can staff all our lanes, but it takes time as well. So a lot of it has to do with, the high cost of living, officers not necessarily wanting to necessarily live here unless you're from San Diego area. A lot of our officers move to different locations, back home to New York, Midwestern, and other locations where it's cheaper. It's hard to keep and retain officers here. So a lot of it has to do with not just having money to staff lanes, but also to basically, ensure that we are qualified so we can do what we can to prevent a lot of the impacts that we're seeing.
Officer Aki, if I may ask you as a favor to refer to me as Chair Pro Tem or Supervisor, please.
Supervisor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a follow-up from Supervisor Anderson. I have a question as well, so go ahead, Supervisor Anderson.
When thinking of using the range for training, what kind of training goes there? We heard some of the speakers say you're going there to learn how to kill people. But I want to make sure we understand. I served 12 years as a vice chair of public safety for California, and post-training was exceptionally important to ensure that our officers operated at the highest levels, ensuring that the public safety. So I'm curious, how do you go about it and how do you use that facility?
A lot of our training is focused on situations, scenarios. First of all, ensuring that we can qualify or shoot our weapons in a accurate and proficient manner. But a lot of our scenarios is based upon situations where we could first de-escalate situations, talking to people, calming the situation down, and the use of force is only at our last resort. In addition, in between the use of verbal commands, talking and de-escalating, we're also about using the tools that we have to prevent any deadly encounters, or before we even move forward with our firearms or anything such as that. So a lot of it is about talking. It is a lot about de-escalation and being proficient with our firearms in our handguns and, of course, our long weapons.
Thank you. Just I have a couple questions. So the thing I think that I'm a little confused about is my understanding is that this contract with CBP is set to expire in 8 months. So what's your plan after that?
Well, prior to
this is such a kind of crucial linchpin of the entire global economy.
We would then basically re-up the contract.
So, sorry, say that again?
We would re-up the contract with the Sheriff's Department. That was the plan. We have a certain time period in which the agreement's approved. And once the agreement or prior to the agreement resolving, we would then seek to initiate a extension.
Okay, so just so you know, that has not come up at all, that there's been no conversations brought to our attention about that contract being renewed. So just so you know, that's not sort of in the works on the county side. I just want to say in response to this, there's no question that making sure that we continue reducing wait times and facilitating the ability for people to travel across the border and transport goods and services and people and share and in kind of the generation of a cross-border binational region is an enormous priority for me. I can't speak for my colleague, but I'm sure she can speak for herself on this matter as well. I think the issue comes down to whether the feedback I've received from lots and lots of stakeholders is that this is not really the linchpin of those kinds of waits, that those wait times have been created for many other reasons and many other forces, and that it's quite possible and feasible to reduce wait times already if the funding at the federal level were appropriately allocated to reducing wait times and improving cross-border commerce instead of increasing wait times and essentially cracking down on people who are here in our community and living their lives and building deep ties and going to school. So I think that's really the question. I'd be happy to put a note or an amendment to this motion to say this needs to be implemented in such a way that makes sure that we continue supporting a binational integrated community, because I think that's certainly the shared values that we all have here. But I do not, from the data I have here, it's certainly not clear to me that a $100,000 contract or $120,000 contract at the county is really the driving force behind border wait times. So I don't know if my colleague has anything to add on that matter.
Thank you, Chair. So you mentioned that you've received some congressional appropriated funding, but just to be exact, the Senate Budget Committee records show that roughly $152 billion were assigned to ICE and CBP for the 2026 federal period. So are you saying that that money is not making its way down to the local?
excuse me, what I'm saying that the money was afforded to us, but it's placed in different pockets of infrastructure, developing a new port of entry, adding technology, infrastructure, all those little things, adding additional staffing, bringing on officers, all those things come into play. So when you say a broad swath of $168 billion with ICE and CBP, it's spread out. So when it hits the headquarters disperses the money appropriately where the needs are, concerns are. We are clearly a very voluminous and complex organization here in San Diego. We get a good chunk of money with regards to how to run the operations. But as you mentioned, both of you supervisors indicated that, oh, 120,000 is nothing. But it's just a time away from our officers departing, training, and coming back. Adding more time, pulling away from the operations is significant. Also, you mentioned that there's long wait times, and it's not because of the training. We currently are operating 30 out of 34 lanes at San Isidro, 10 to 13 at Otay, and full capacity at Tecate, CBX, and other locations. So the infrastructure is limited. We are landlocked with regards to what we can do and the amount of increasing lanes. So we are already increasing by, I would say, every year, 1% to 2% increase of individuals crossing at our borders every year. Hence the reason why we're building out with San Diego Caltrans, and of course with you all as well, the new port of entry to sustain, to look forward in the future, 3, 5, 10 years with the growth, because the growth of Baja California and San Diego is significant. And with that, we need to grow at the same time. Our leadership is providing additional focus with regards to hiring more individuals, looking to build out infrastructure, make more efficient the processes that we do every day. All of this is what that 168 billion is paying for, or at least a part of it. We didn't get all 168. It was shared amongst ICCB and others. So all of that is what we're looking at right now on a daily basis.
That's great. That's great. And I appreciate hearing that you are getting more agents to make your border crossing times more efficient. And I think we do agree that we all care about preventing human trafficking and drug smuggling and any violent offenders from coming into the border. I think that that's something that we can all agree. But I think the concerning thing is also that according to your own memos, we know that roughly 2,000 CBP officers and agents are being diverted from ports and the border to run raids in interior American communities. So that's also a concern, and there's no need to respond to that. But I also want to add that immigration roles have now been expanded across other federal agencies, such as deputizing diplomatic security agents, giving DEA Title VIII authority, and utilizing FBI and Border Patrol personnel in interior enforcement operations. So that is what we're talking about here, is a concern that, that you have this behemoth of an amount of unprecedented resources that, yes, they're being distributed in different pots and for different reasons, as you mentioned. But at the same time, we have an administration that's diverting those very same agents that are at the border ports of entry to keep us safe and to do all the good work that you guys are doing, to be used for raids and for the activities that so many of our speakers today spoke out with concerns, especially in my district. And I can ask you to sit down. Thank you so much for answering my questions, because I would like to also call up 2 of the activists that were present here. Thank you so much, Officer Aki. Let me call up.
Hold on. Let me. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone else has any questions, they will call you back up here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You staying here, and I do appreciate how much you care and are passionate about this issue, that you want to keep talking about it. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I might want to continue this conversation offline. So thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd like to also call up Alondra and Lillian from Universidad. They were part of the earlier presenters. You all mentioned some of the incidents that your communities have been experiencing, not just as it relates to ICE agents, but as it relates to CBP and Border Patrol agents. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, I could start off and then I'll ask Lily to step in. I think what people are failing to really understand is that like the consequences of the federal government deputizing all of these agencies has created mass fear. There's no ability to differentiate who's conducting immigration enforcement when they are masked, when they are wearing civilian clothing, when there are Border Patrol checkpoints that are stopping the only routes that go in and out of agricultural fields in North County, San Diego. So I just wanted to mention that. The fear is really laid in, that is a consequence of the actions that were chosen by the federal government to deputize agencies and mask agents into conducting immigration enforcement in North County, San Diego. We are within a 100-mile jurisdiction, which means that we fall right in the pocket of immigration enforcement that comes all the way from the border up to San Diego County.
Yes, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, I'm with the Southern Border Communities Coalition, and our whole mission is actually to advocate with the federal government on behalf of our border communities. For years, for decades, really, we have been partnering with CBP Office of Field Operation to ensure that funding is coming to our ports of entry. We understand how vital the San Isidro Port of Entry and really all of our ports of entry are to San Diego, as well as all the communities along the southern border. These are the officers that are actually in charge of vetting every single person that comes across our borders. They have a very specific mission that actually contributes to our communities. The issue at hand is that the current White House, as well as the Department of Homeland Security leadership, is choosing to turn their backs to their own officers and actually take away from the ports of entry that have been historically underfunded. And while they're receiving, and just to keep it very specific, just for CBP, their funding increased 5 times. They receive in the last year and a half 5 times more money that they receive in 2024. All of that, as Officer Aki mentioned, is coming in different pockets. There's billions of dollars being allocated to improve CBP facilities. So again, there is funding if there's a will from the federal government to actually respond to decades of advocacy from organizations like ours, as well as officers within DHS to ensure that we have the resources to address waiting times. But this administration, this White House, is turning their backs on us and instead are using the money to terrorize us. So we're asking the county not to be a part of that.
Thank you. I appreciate you both. So you would say that by diverting agents away from our border lanes is what is affecting our border wait times, despite their funding growing 5 times in the last 2 years.
Yes, the reality is that the agenda of the federal government is not made in San Diego or really in the borderlands, right? That agenda is set up in the White House. And we know memo after memo from leadership within the Department of Homeland Security is that all resources are to be focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is to drive up the numbers of arrests and deportations. They don't care that we have, as Chair Pro Tem point out, long waiting times. I'm a North County resident. I drive from Vista to the border, that hour and a half, very constant, and then I still have to wait those long waiting times just to visit my family, just to engage in milestones that are very important for my culture. And I very much understand that waiting times, using that as a ransom, like telling us that waiting times will increase, will create a lot of fear in our community. But the reality is that we need to take a look at who's actually in charge and who's actually making decisions. That's Washington, D.C., that's Department of Homeland Security headquarters. That is unfortunately not our local leadership.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You all can stay up here. You might be able to answer my question, maybe my colleague. I think the piece that I'm not completely following here is it seems to me that CBP is telling us that wait times are going to increase because we don't have enough trained officers. Well, where are they? I mean, why can't we take the ones that have been trained and are being sent to arrest people in our communities and prioritize reducing border wait times and processing people at the border? I don't know if this is something you all have insight into. We have lots of people in the audience raising their hand, but let's turn first to the folks on the dais. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, sure. I mean, I would just, again, point out that there are multiple memos from the Department of Homeland Security that continue to be focused only on the numbers of deportations, right? It has been practiced for many years within DHS to have these quotas, but under this current White House, we actually have a quota of 2,000 arrests and deportations on a daily basis for the entire country. So again, when you're taking an entire massive federal agency like the Department of Homeland Security that already has the biggest chunk of the federal budget allocated to them, and you're telling them every single one of those officers and that money needs to be pointing at increasing arrest and deportation quotas, something has to give in. And unfortunately, under this administration, what we have seen is that the ports of entry are having to divert their officers, and we are seeing an increase in waiting times, not just in San Diego, but across the Southwest.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor in a second. I would be happy, I think, if this is amenable to my seconder, to make it clear that the intent of this board letter is to be implemented in such a way that does not contribute to increasing border wait times. And I'm certainly happy to continue a dialogue of what we need to do to advocate at the federal level to ensure that we have appropriate staffing at all of our ports of entry. It seems a little like we're trying to kill a whale with a bow and arrow to try to think that we're going to address border wait times or tackle that the border wait time issue is primarily being determined by the use of a county facility. It seems a little bit disproportionate, but so I'm happy to kind of make sure that we have an open dialogue on continuing to reduce border wait times, but this does not appear to me to be the appropriate vehicle to tackle that issue. It seems like that's really a federal issue. I don't know if my colleague has anything further to add.
Thank you. I accept the friendly amendment, and I will just add that we can work with our partners, our congressional delegation, to see if we can schedule a hearing in Congress to better understand, so that the public can better understand how those $152 billion that are going to ICE and CBP are being used, especially those who care about commerce in the border region. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all their supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you all. Please do not clap. Thank you everyone for being here. We are already nearly at 2. There's a lot of work going on here at the board today. So we will convene at say 2:45. We'll try to take a 50-minute lunch and be back here at 2:45. Thank you.